What if Deku joined Team JPDE Compilation? Chapters 9 to 14. Battlefield and Bedroom Heat. Monday. Day 22. Team Jade were getting ready for school. Is something worrying you? David Penny asked. I don't really know. Right now, I'm more puzzled, to be honest, David said. This about your semblance? Evelyn asked. Pretty much. Something about the circumstances of it that bothers me, David said. That being? Deku asked. We'll talk about it later, David said. You're the boss, Evelyn said. No, I am. And boss says let's get to class, Jack said. Et I, Captain, Evelyn said. Affirmative, Penny said. You got it, boss woman, Deku said. Shiver me timbers. And stuff, David said. The five then left their dorm room and headed to the mess hall for breakfast, and then went to class. After lessons had ended, Deku's scroll went off. He looked to see who the caller was and saw that it was Blake. Hey, Blake, Deku said. Hello, Ijuku, Blake said. You ready to do some reading? Deku asked. I am. Meet me in the corridor in front of my team's room, Blake said. The corridor. We're not reading in your room, Deku asked. No, I have a place for just the two of us. Just meet me there, Blake said. Deku then made his way to outside Team RWBY's dorm room. Ready? Deku asked. Ready. Follow me, Blake said. Blake then led Deku to her secret spot. Well. How did you even find this place? Deku asked. Luck, really, Blake said. The two then began to read the book until nightfall. Thanks for the company, Ijuku. It was nice having someone to read with, for once, Blake said. My pleasure. Have a nice evening, Blake, Deku said. Oh, I will, Blake said. The two then went their separate ways. Deku was currently in Team JNPR's kitchen. He was currently teaching Ren how to cook katsudon. And that is it. You have now made your first serving of katsudon, Deku said. Not quite yet. Need to make sure it tastes good first, Ren said. Well then. Dig in, Deku said. Just then the kitchen door flung open. Ren. I'm hungry. Cook me pancakes, Nora said. Nora was in her gym outfit. She was covered in sweat and Deku could see through her shirt. Sorry, Nora. But I haven't had the chance to get more ingredients. I'll go into Vale tomorrow to get them, Ren said. No, Nora said, falling to her knees. Sorry, Nora, Ren said. It's fine. I'm still hungry though, Nora said. Then why don't you try Ren's katsudon, Deku said. Huh, Nora said. I had just finished teaching Ren how to make katsudon. And we need someone to test it, Deku said. You kidding me? Ren's cooking never needs to be tested. Gimme, Nora said. Deku then gives Nora the bowl of katsudon. Nora grabs the chopsticks and tries to use them, but she fails on holding the food. Screw it, Nora said. She threw the chopsticks away and eat straight out of the bowl. Well. Someone's got a large appetite, Deku said. This body demands a lot of good food, Nora said, as she tuned to flex. Her boobs jiggled as she did. Well, Ren, it seems that you've mastered katsudon, Deku said. Nora's stomach does not lie. Now as thanks, here's my recipe for my pancakes, Ren said. Thanks. Quick question, does they have cinnamon in it, and if so what variety? Deku asked. They do, and Mistrali variety. Why do you ask? Ren asked. There was an incident with pancakes and the wrong cinnamon variety, Deku said. Ren laughed. See you around. Bye, Ren. Bye, Nora, Deku said. Deku then left Team JPNR's room and headed back to his. What? Ren asked. Why did you give him the secret to fluffy goodness, and not me? Nora asked. Because you'll just eat pancakes all day, Ren said. You have a point, Nora said. If you can show restraint in wanting pancakes, I will teach you the recipe, Ren said. Wait, really? Nora asked. Yes, Ren said. Yeah. Thank you, Rennie, Nora said. Don't thank me yet. The test hasn't even started, Ren said. Oh right, Nora said. For this test you will not ask for pancakes. Pancakes will be given to you for breakfast every Saturday, but you will get the same as everyone else. Does that sound fair? Ren asked. Yeah. Now how long will I have to wait? Nora asked. I shall tell you once you've passed, Ren said. Okay, Nora said. David entered his apartment and saw Jack, Penny, Deku and Evelyn sitting and waiting. Were you waiting for me? David asked. Kind of. You did mention something was on your mind, Jack said. And if it involves your semblance, there is no way I'm gonna miss something about it, Deku said with a book in his hand. What's the book for? David asked. I like to write information about others' fighting styles and semblances, and I'm gonna update your entry, Deku said. Is that wise considering? David said. Oh, don't worry. I'll write it in Old Miss Dolly. That means only I'll be able to read it, Deku said. Oh, you have a profile on us, let me see, Evelyn said. Evelyn then took the book out of Deku's hands and flipped through the book. Nice drawing of me. But I think you need to redraw me to show of my curves. I would be happy to model, Evelyn teased. Deku took the book back with a big blush on his face. Technically, this is later, no, Penny said. I wasn't going to try and skip on this, you know, David said. Oh, he thinks he could. How cute, Evelyn teased. Point taken. Anyway, it's not exactly about my semblance. It's something that happened when I awoke it, but it happened before, David said. When else did it happen? Jack asked. The other Sunday, the night Penny. I mean, the night David said. You mean you had a boner when you activated your semblance? Evelyn asked. No, I didn't. That's not what I meant. And I didn't pop a boner when. Anyway, it's something that happened while I was asleep, David said. So? What was it? Jack asked. Well. There's a voice in my head, David said. The others look at David in shock. I take it from your faces in this world of aura, magical crystals and transforming weapons, hearing voices is still frowned upon, David asked. Just a little bit, partner. What kind of voice? Jack asked. My own voice. I mean, it talks with my own voice and even showed itself to me in my dreams, and it looked like me. So I thought it was just a dream, David said. But you heard it again when we were fighting the Grim Horde? Penny asked. Yes. To be precise, I heard it talk to me just as I shouted Izuku's and Evelyn's names. It was like everything around me slowed down as it spoke to me, and then the next thing I know, David said. David. Does this voice talk to you all the time? Evelyn asked. No. It only talked to me twice so far, David said. And what did it say? Jack asked. The first time it urged me to run. I guess form something. It wasn't clear on the specifics, David said. And during the battle? Deku asked. It admonished me for not running when forewarned, but followed it by saying it would respect my decision to fight. That's it, David said. I really wish we could tell the headmaster about this, Jack said. That is so not an option, Evelyn said. Well, we could tell him actually, Deku said. Izuku is right. Telling Headmaster Ozpin about this does not necessarily entail telling him about David's semblance, Penny said. Also, to be fair, it's been a month since you've come here. If nothing weird happened with you at all, he'd probably get suspicious, Evelyn said. I guess we'll have to take the risk, Jack said. Girls and Izuku. What exactly is your relationship with the headmaster? David asked. He's a good friend and confidant of General Ironwood. General Ironwood is a friend and collaborator of my father, Penny said. There's no relationship between me and Ozpin. He just saw my potential and invited me to his school. I assume he did the same with Ruby, Deku said. As for me and Evelyn, it's a couple of long stories, but suffice to say, he helped us when we were in a bad spot, Jack said. Not for free though. The grey-haired taint hole has his own agendas which he rarely shares with anyone, and he never, ever does something without a reason, or out of the goodness of his heart, Evelyn said. That's so. I wonder what his reason to allow me to stay at the academy is, then David said. Well, enough speculation for one day. Evelyn, do you want to be the one to go to him tomorrow, Jack asked. It'll be my pleasure. I haven't had a verbal spar with the guy in a while, Evelyn said. He's pretty lax when it comes to reports, thank the gods. Can you imagine trying to hide things from him if we had to make weekly reports, Jack said. Right. That'd be veritably difficult, Penny said. Veritably indeed. Well, let's think about sleeping now, David said. Oh no, partner. You're getting something inside your stomach first, Jack said. But I'm not hungry, David said. Oh, you are. You may hide stomach growls from lesser people but not from us, Evelyn said. Concern it, David said. Jack, David and Evelyn then entered the kitchen, leaving Deku and Penny in the bedroom. After what David said, Deku thought about telling the others the truth about him. He thought about it for the rest of the night and came to the conclusion he wouldn't tell them. His situation needed to be kept a secret. Tuesday. Day 23. I'm going, then. Get me something at the cafeteria, Evelyn said. You know it. We'll wait for you back in the dorm, Deku said. Catch you later, Evelyn said, as she left for Ozpin's office. Shall we go, then David asked. Actually. I have something to do as well. I'm very sorry, but could you pick up lunch for me, Penny asked. Sure. Want anything in particular, Jack asked. Anything will suffice. Thanks, Jack, Penny said. Did something come up, Deku asked. Oh, nothing much. I just need to call my father. I will precede you at the dormitory, Penny said. Oh. Well, okay. See you later, Deku said. Penny then left for the dormitory. It should be good. I don't detect anyone in the required ear range. Opening remote connection. Security level high. Zero tracing. No recording, Penny said. Penny then proceeded to make a call. Penny. My dear, is that you? Penny's father asked. Hello, father. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Penny said. Oh no, my dear. I'm currently taking a break from the lab and was about to enjoy a special, Penny's father said. Father, you're still eating those sandwiches. Don't you remember what the doctor said? Penny asked. Bah. Poppycock. I'm a doctor too, Penny's father said. Yes, but you're a roboticist and software engineer, not a physician, Penny said. Details. And I doubt you suddenly decided to use our private line to check on my eating habits. You do that well enough on the normal line when you go for your checkups, Penny's father said. Father, I have a question, Penny said. What kind of question, dear? Penny's father asked. Father, is there a way for me to keep secrets? Penny asked. Did something happen, Penny? Is Ironwood giving you a hard time? Penny's father asked. No, it's about David. There's something about him that I have to keep secret from General Ironwood and his associates at all costs, Penny said. Your mysterious flying friend. Care to tell me more, my dear? Penny's father asked. Well. Something happened on Sunday, Penny said. Up in Ozpin's office. Evelyn had just told Ozpin about the voice in David's head. A disembodied voice which speaks to him. Fascinating, Ozpin said. You should have seen our faces when he told us. But fascinating isn't exactly the term I'd use. People aren't supposed to hear a voice other than their own in their head, Evelyn said. Then Mr. Dik should be completely fine, no, Ozpin said. Mua. You know what I mean. Have you ever heard of something like this before, Evelyn asked. I have, but most of the time it's tied to mental illness. But I guess you'd know more about that than me, Ozpin said. Yeah. So, other than that, Evelyn asked. There's one excellent exception I know of, Ozpin said. Only one, Evelyn asked. Only one, Ozpin said. And? What was the explanation for it, Evelyn asked. The whole explanation is a long story. The cliff notes are. The body of this person housed two souls, Ozpin said. Well. That's spooky. What else can you tell me, Evelyn asked. There's a few differences, though. In case I know of, the, let's call it extraneous soul. The extraneous soul is not a random charade dispensing interventionist, but it's an always present distinct personality, Ozpin said. So it's always on, doesn't borrow the host soul's voice and acts like a real person, Evelyn said. Yes. Also, it didn't have the power to influence things like dreams or any actions. You say that this extraneous soul manipulated Mr. Dik's aura, Ozpin said. Saved a big chunk of mine and Izuku's bacon, too, Evelyn said. And finally, the two souls shared each other's memories, Ozpin said. That'll be hard to check considering his amnesia, Evelyn said. Yes. Still, there's nothing to worry about for now, considering that the voice helped you. Do keep an eye out for more episodes, though, and I'd appreciate if you reported to me as soon as possible, Ozpin said. Got it, boss man, Evelyn said. Also, if you could ask Mr. Dik for details about how exactly his aura was manipulated, that'd also help. Now tell me how Mr. Midoriya is doing, Ozpin asked. Apart from his homesickness, he's fine. Why did you ask, Evelyn asked. He's unlike anything I've seen before, and his power is dangerous, Ozpin said. I know that. He'll soon overtake Jack in destructive power, Evelyn said. No, I did not mean it in that way. While his power rivals Miss Ivory's, Mr. Midoriya's power could change the course of Remnant's future. For better or worse, Ozpin said. What do you mean by that? And why did you say power and not semblance, Evelyn asked. Because calling it a semblance doesn't fit. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you more. This is top secret, but please report to me if anything happens with Mr. Midoriya, Ozpin said. You got it, Evelyn said. Evelyn then left Ozpin's office. As she made her way back to the dormitory, she wondered what was so special about Deku. Meanwhile, in the mess hall. Phew. Mom's cooking is always the best, but there's something to be said about a Hunter Academy's quantities, Jack said. I doubt Penny is going to eat that much, though, David said. Good thing we got a microwave in the apartment. We'll just freeze what she doesn't eat, Jack said. I'm starting to understand why the headmaster made you leader, David said. Other than knowing me and Evelyn much more than you, Izuku or Penny, you mean, Jack asked. There's that. What I mean is that you're pretty mentally mature for our age, David said. Really, now? Maybe all people in Remnant are this mature and you just forgot, partner. I mean, Izuku is as mature as me, Jack said. But I don't have the years of experience you do, Deku said. Hey, David said. Ruby no Wise said. Yes, Ruby said. No no Wise said. Yes, Ruby said. You just misspelled yes. How can you misspell the word yes, Wise asked. As leader of Team RWBY, I can misspell whatever I want. And I will also have a second serving of chocolate fudge, Ruby shouted. You're going to get a stomachache like last time, Wise shouted. Worth it, Ruby shouted. I'm fairly certain that's bollocks, Jack, David said. Maybe. But I'm not that mature, or I wouldn't have had a feud with Evelyn over cinnamon for close to 3 years. But I had to grow up a bit faster than most people, that is true. We both had to, Jack said. Does it have to do with your family, Deku asked. Yes. Something left us in a pretty bad position, and that's when Ozpin came around, Jack said. He came to you, David asked. It was the same thing in Evelyn's case. We both got approached by the headmaster, who offered to help with our situations in exchange for... Well, for us, Jack said. For you? You mean you work for him, Deku asked. We're not the only ones. But we're certainly the first ones I know of. He asked to attend his academy as a mission. Anyway, Penny is waiting for her food and Evelyn is probably on her way back. Let's get to the dorm, Jack said. Right, Deku and David said. In Team JPDE's apartment. And that will keep part of your memory banks private. It'll be like it doesn't exist, Penny's father said. Thank you so much, Father, Penny said. Oh, it's a pleasure. And I must admit, your sudden desire for privacy is an incredibly interesting development, Penny's father said. I guess the more I interact with humans, the more like them I become, Penny said. Indeed. Promise you'll introduce me to your teammates in the future, Penny's father said. Absolutely. Although, Father, I'm surprised you're not more interested in David's semblance, Penny said. Oh, I am. But I can't exactly observe him without making this talk we've just had moot, can I, Penny's father said. True. I detect my teammates walking in the corridor. Thanks again, Father, Penny said. I'm always here when you need me, Penny's father said. Penny ended the call with her father and then Jack, Deku and David came in. Hey, Penny. We're back, David said. We have some food for you. How did the phone call go, Jack asked. Very well. Thanks for asking, Penny said. Soon Evelyn returned to the dormitory as well. Hey Evelyn. Your food is in the kitchen with Jack said, only to be cut off by Evelyn dragging her into the bathroom. Hey Carrots. Why did you drag me in here, Jack asked. It's about Izuku, Evelyn said. Carrots. I don't need to know about your wet dreams about him, Jack said. Jack, Evelyn said. Oh gods. You're serious, Jack asked. Yes. Ozpin asked about Izuku. And said he could change the world, Evelyn said. What? Tell me everything, Jack said. Evelyn then proceeded to tell Jack what Ozpin told her. So what do we do, Evelyn asked. Nothing right now. We have David to deal with, but once that's sorted out. Well, move on to Izuku, Jack said. Seriously? Even after what I told you, Evelyn asked. I know. This is way bigger than David's semblance, but we should let him tell us if he wants. We haven't told the others about our situation. But if something happens with him, we'll do something, Jack said. But I'm so curious. I want to have a look, Evelyn said. You will only use your semblance on him when I deem it necessary, Jack said. Wednesday. Day 24. Today's combat lessons were between Beacon students and transfer students only. Mr. Midoriya, if you will please step into the arena, Glinda said. Yes, Miss Goodwitch, Deku said. And as for your opponent? Miss Chloris, please, Glinda said. All right. Finally, some action, Miss Chloris said in excitement. A girl with light green hair in a purple hoodie then stepped onto the battlefield. Yo. How ya doing, Miss Chloris asked. I'm doing fine. How about you, Deku asked. Just dandy. And I finally get to fight someone from this school, too. Oh, wow, wait, where are my manners? Ma didn't raise no barbarian. The name's Reese. Reese Chloris. Nice to meet you, Miss Chloris said. I'm Izuku Midoriya, also go by Deku. It's a pleasure, Deku said. Same. but I hope it doesn't stay too much of a pleasure. I'm here to win this, just so you know, Reese said. Then I won't disappoint you, even if this is a sparring match, Deku said. Wrong. Not that. Well, not that only. Let me clear that up. And my throat. Ahem. My name is Reese Chloris from Haven, and I'm here to win the Vital Festival tournament. So be grateful. A champion is about to kick your ass in style, Reese said. Overconfident much, Deku said. Miss Chloris, there's no such thing as a Vital champion, Glinda said. What? Then Daya call the guy who wins, Reese asked. Just the winner, Glinda said. Ah, that's boring, Reese said. Just take your positions, already, Glinda said. Huff, fine, Reese said. Begin, Glinda said. Reese was able to get a cheap shot off on Deku with her hoverboard at the start of the match, but in the end Deku's superior speed to Reese meant that he was the winner. Don't take too long in the shower, Broccoli Evelyn said. Yeah. I won't be long, Fluffy, Deku said. Deku then had a shower. As he exited the changing room, he saw a blonde-haired girl meditating on the floor. I'm waiting for my teammate, the girl said, standing up. I see, Deku said. You were wondering why I was sitting in the middle of an empty corridor, the girl said. More of why you were meditating on the hard floor, Deku said. I prefer to meditate on even ground, the girl said. I see, Deku said. Anyway, she's taking way too much. As always, the girl said. Reese is probably just feeling sore and salty about her lose to me, after all that talk, Deku asked. I thank you for that. Reese can get a bit ahead of herself sometimes. Now I should probably pull her out of the shower, the girl said. The girl then walked to the changing room doors. Actually, Deku said. What is it, the girl asked. That's the door to the men's changing room. So unless you and Reese are actually guys, Deku said. Thanks, the girl said. You're welcome. I'm Izuku, by the way, Deku said. Arslan. Alton. If you'll excuse me, Arslan said as she went into the female changing room. Deku then went to join his team in the mess hall. Deku and Jun were currently dueling in the classroom arena. Jun went in for a strike with his sword, but Deku blocked the strike with a kick which sent Jun's sword flying into the ceiling. Jun's sword was now stuck in the ceiling. Welp. I guess you win this one, Jun said. Look at his sword. Sorry, Jun, Deku said. It's okay. I should have had a better grip of it. Guess I'll have to call Pyrrha to get it down, Jun said. You don't need to call Pyrrha. I can get it down, Deku said. You gonna jump up and get it, Jun asked. Nope. I'm gonna do this, Deku said. Do what, Jun asked. Deku then aimed his right arm at Jun's sword. He closed his eyes and focused. A black tendril then came out and went up to Jun's sword. The tendril then latched onto the sword and pulled it out of the ceiling, and slowly lowered it down. Wow, what was that, Jun asked. Jun then looked to see Deku in pain. Izuku. Are you okay, Jun asked. Yeah. I'm fine. I'm not quite used to it yet and it takes a lot of concentration to use it, Deku said. What was that? That doesn't look like an enhancement type, Jun said. I know it doesn't. But it does actually relate to it, Deku said. How so, Jun asked. I can convert the energy in my body of superpower into a physical form. I call this technique Black Whip, Deku said. I see, but why haven't you tried to use it during combat class? Even if it's a strain, Jun asked. When it first activated Black Whip, I wasn't in full control. It went wild. Thankfully my friends were able to stop it. But that fear of losing control makes me want to learn how to use it alone, before I use it in fights, Deku said. I see. Have you told your team, Jun asked. No, Deku said. Why, John asked. Because I haven't. That's just it, Deku said. I see. Shall we get back to it, John asked. Let's, Deku said. But this time use Black Whip, John said. Sure, Deku hesitantly said. Little did the two of them know, that Evelyn had been watching and listening to them. She silently left the classroom to tell Jack what she saw. Thursday. Day 25. Lessons had just ended, and Deku was about to head for lunch when... There's my new favorite person in the world. Hi, Deku. Dio, yo, Reese said. Reese Chloris. How does being you in a sparring match make me your new favorite person, Deku asked. As humbling as that was, no. I'm talking about Arslan, Reese said. Your team leader. What about her, Deku asked. She was blushing. I've never seen her do that. I mean, I've seen her do that, but it's usually because of something I did, Reese said. All I did was prevent her from walking through the wrong door, Deku said. I know. You're a genius, Reese said. Or just a concerned citizen who thought Arslan had enough on her plate without having to add indecent behavior to it, a guy in a similar outfit to Arslan said. Oh, man, Bolin, can you believe if she had actually done it? The rumors, Reese said. I don't see what's so exciting about the thought of those kind of rumors circulating, Bolin said. Oh, I didn't expect you to rediscover your sense of humor just yet, little brother, Reese said. Don't call me that, Bolin said. What? You are the youngest member of the team, Reese said. By a few weeks, Bolin said. Or, don't be like that. I think the way you try and dress like Arslan is cute, Reese said. I was already wearing this when our team got put together, Bolin shouted. Sure, whatever you say, little brother. Well, lunch awaits. See you, Deku. If you ever come up with another plan, please let me know in advance, Reese said. Reese left for the mess hall. I suppose she's always like that, Deku said. Worse, Bolin said. If you need someone to talk to, Deku said. I appreciate the offer. My full name is Bolin Huri, by the way, Bolin said. Ijuku Midori, Deku said. In the dormitory corridor. I should have asked you for much more, Harold Roman said. My name is Howard, Howard said. Your name is Freeloader. You have any idea what kind of roundabout spin cycle I've had to make to find out what you wanted, Roman said. No. And considering that we agreed upon payment for it beforehand, I don't really care, Howard said. Such disrespect. Enough to make one conveniently forget precious details, Roman said. More crystals, Howard asked. More crystals, Roman said. Fine. I don't really need them, anyway, Howard said. There's a good boy, Harold. Now, as a show of faith, I'm going to give you a preview. So, after painstakingly souring through a lot of people and leads and cameras and databases, we managed to find. Wait for it. A direct witness of the crash, Roman said. You bring results, Roman, Howard said. HET, now. It's Mr. Torchwick to you. You think I let all my business partners call me by my first name, Roman said. Who knows? Anyway, I guess I'm going to get the specifics after payment, Howard asked. I'll give you a time and place where to meet an associate of mine. Don't be late, Roman said. Deku was currently walking through the dormitory halls when he ran into Pyrrha. Hey Pyrrha, Deku said. Hello. Ijuku, Pyrrha angrily said. Is something the matter, Deku asked. What, Pyrrha said. You seem angry. So, what's upsetting you, Deku asked. You, Pyrrha said. Me. What have I done to make you angry, Deku asked. Nothing. And that what makes me angry? How can you get close to him so fast, Pyrrha asked. Pyrrha. Mind explaining what you mean, because I don't follow, Deku said. Pyrrha sighed. Follow me, Pyrrha said. Pyrrha then led Deku to a secluded corner of the dormitory. "So, what's got you so worked up?" Deku asked. "Izuku. Are you a homosexual?" Pyrrha asked. "Huh. No," Deku said. "You didn't sound very sure," Pyrrha said. "Well, you did just ask me a very private question out of nowhere." "Why did you ask that?" Deku asked. "Because of Jan. You've been spending a lot of time with him recently, which in turn means he's got no time for me," Pyrrha said. "What does that?" "Oh, you like him?" Deku asked. "Yes. Which makes this more frustrating. You've gotten so close to him in such a short time." "How did you do it?" Pyrrha asked. "Honestly, I think it's because we come from similar places," Deku said. "What do you mean?" Pyrrha asked. "We both have little amount of train when compared to you and the others, so I think that's what sparked our friendship." "I know where he comes from," Deku said. "That doesn't help me at all. I'm called the Invincible Girl for a reason, you know. I can't just start over my training again," Pyrrha said. "Unless you are David," Deku said. Pyrrha laughed. "What am I going to do?" Pyrrha asked. "Tell him outright that you like him," Deku said. I can't do that." "What if he says no?" Pyrrha said. "I don't think he'll say no to such a beautiful girl," Deku said. "But he'll probably come up with some excuse that he's not good enough for me," Pyrrha said. "Then you should make it so you're not," Deku said. "What?" Pyrrha asked. "I believe at the end of the year Jan would be caught up with the rest of us. So just keep doing what you've been doing. Help him get to the starting line," Deku said. "I know. But 6 months of waiting. I don't know how much I can handle," Pyrrha said. "Then you better work hard with him," Deku said. "I will. Thanks Izuku, and sorry for earlier," Pyrrha said. "It's alright. Have a good evening," Pyrrha, Deku said. Friday. Day 26. "Very good, partner. You're finally getting the hang of this," Jack said. "Just in time for the weekend, too." "Got any idea for team activities this week?" David asked. "No forest combat training, that's for sure." "Let's push that back 1 week," Jack said. "That's probably for the best," Deku said. "Or 2, David said. 2. "No can do, D-man. You'll need that Sunday to recover," Young said. "Recover? Recover from what?" Deku asked. "The party," Young said. "The party?" Jack asked. "Yup. See, I know a guy who recently reopened his activity after an incident. Said activity is a club. He's going to have a big reopening in 3 weeks. And students from Beacon are more than welcome," Young said. "A party in a club? With a DJ and everything?" David asked. "And booze? Which, as Hunter students, we're allowed to drink," Young said. "Does that apply to me and Ruby?" Deku asked. "Huh? Why would that?" "Oh right. Yeah, you can drink till you drop, you're a Hunter student at the end of the day," Young said. "Sounds fun. I've never been to a club before," Jack said. "Well, why not?" David said. "Super. By the way, it will be a costume party," Young said. "You mean we have to cosplay?" Jack asked. "Nothing that drastic. Even just a domino mask or pair of fake glasses count. But if you want to for all out, by all means do," Young said. "Challenge accepted. I haven't tailored in a while. As good a time as any to get back into it," Evelyn said. "Cripes, now you've gone and triggered her," Jack said. "Ah. I can already see a design taking shape in my mind," Evelyn said. "Cool. What kind of design do you have in mind?" Deku asked. "Now, that's a secret," Evelyn said. "I should have known," Deku said. "Tease," David said. "That's the spirit. Can't wait to see it," Young said. "Although, Evelyn, I don't think you have enough spare cloth to make a wild outfit right now," Penny said. Then we got our Sunday activity all planned out for us, don't we, Evelyn said. Shopping it is, then David said. Deku entered the gum to Arslan beating the shit out of a punching bag. She then punched it so hard that it broke the chain, and it went into a pile of 9 punching bags, making it a pile of 10. Hey, leave some punching bags for the rest of us, Deku said. Huh. Oh, hello Ijuku, Arslan said. Hey. So what's got you so worked up, Deku asked. Reese, Arslan said. Ah. I see. She told me about your blushing, Deku said. Of course, she did. That girl is always causing me trouble, Arslan said. Tell me about it. I have a very pesky bunny to deal with, Deku said. I see we are in the same boat, Arslan said. You wanna have a talk about it, Deku asked. Yeah. I think that'll do better than just destroying gym equipment. I should clean this up, Arslan said. I'll help you with that, Deku said. Deku and Arslan then cleaned up and then had a long chat about the jokers in their teams. And then she goes and hugs me from behind, in the middle of class, which sets of Jack. And that's how I got my first detention, Deku said. Arslan laughed. You must have gone redder than that cape, girl's cape, Arslan said. I did, Deku admitted. I'm glad Reese has never do that with any of us. Though it isn't her style, Arslan said. It's not Evelyn's either. She just does it because she finds my reactions cute, Deku said. Arslan laughed again. Thanks. I really needed that, Arslan said. You're welcome. If you need someone to talk to. I'm just a call away, Deku said, holding out his scroll. So am I, Arslan said, as she pulled out her scroll. The two then exchanged scroll numbers and went their separate ways. Saturday. Day 27. Deku's scroll began to ring. He looked at the caller to see it was Ruby. Hey, Ijuku. Good morning, Ruby said. Morning, Ruby, Deku said. Are you free today? I've got something planned, Ruby said. Yeah, I'm free. What would we be doing, Deku asked. I'll tell you in the mess hall. I kinda missed breakfast. And dinner, Ruby said. Okay, Ruby, Deku said, laughing a bit. Are you laughing at me, Ruby asked. Sort of. I mean, how do you miss dinner and breakfast, Deku asked. Book. No more talking now. Me hungry, Ruby said, as she then hung up. Deku then made his way to the mess hall. As he entered, he looked for Ruby. He saw her stuffing her face. Hey Ruby, Deku said. Hey, you, Ruby said, her mouth full of food. I see you are already solving your hunger problem, Deku said. Yeah. Stupid book, being so good I forget to eat and then pass out till morning, Ruby said. Sounds like something a kid would do, but with video games, Deku said. I'm not a kid, Ruby said. Of course, you aren't, you're 15, Deku said. Not like that. You were thinking I act like a kid, Ruby said. No, I wasn't, Deku said. Liar, Ruby said. Guess everyone treats you like one, Deku said. Not all the time, but yeah. Young is always treating me like a kid. Even though I'm team leader, Ruby said. Well, you are her little sister, Deku said. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side. You're only a few months older than me, Ruby said. Okay. Moving on. What book were you reading, Deku asked. It's called War of Kings. And I can't believe the ending, what a letdown. And I stayed up to finish it, Ruby said. What was wrong with it, Deku asked. There was no heroic moment, Ruby said. So you didn't like how the book ended, Deku said. No, I mean, why didn't he use the ancient armor and fight the other guy one-on-one, Ruby asked. I haven't read the book, but it seems like that was the right call, Deku said. What? But he could have kept the other out of danger if he did, Ruby said. That's kind of stupid, Deku said. Excuse me, Ruby asked. Why would fighting alone be better? You said there were others, so why not have them help? They're a team, and a team, Deku said. That's not the point. He was their leader. If he had a way to make his teammates, I mean, the people following him take risks, he had to take it, Ruby said. Did he even know what the armor did, Deku asked. Well, no. But that's what a leader does. He always puts everyone above himself, Ruby said. That's not a leader. That's just a hero from comic books and movies, Deku said. What, Ruby said. What you're describing is a guardian or some kind of protector. A leader leads, takes decisions and values all members of the team equally, including themselves. The way you're phrasing it makes it seem like a leader is somehow external to the team. Like their life is worthless just because of their role, Deku said. That's not what I meant. But a leader is supposed to be strong, Ruby said. Not all leaders need to be strong. A good leader is someone who uses all members of the team and make the right calls with the information they have. They don't even need to be on the battlefield. So in your mind, a leader needs to lead the charge into battle. But what happens if they die? The people that follow them wouldn't know what to do, Deku said. Ruby said. Ruby then turned into rose petals and sped out of the mess hall. Why did she run? Did I say something wrong, Deku asked. Nothing wrong, Izuku. But you both got emotional there, Jaun said. Jaun. Sorry you had to see that, Deku said. Ruby has this very particular view of how to be a huntress, and how to be a leader. She wants to be a hero, fight in place of as many people as possible in as many kind of battles as she can. That includes her teammates. She once told me the same thing she told you. About a leader putting his team above himself. And I don't really agree with it, either, Jaun said. I get what she means. I wish I could do the same, but I can't. I won't be able to fight in all battles on my own, but I'll be able to fight in them all with my team by my side. Every member of my team is important. Even David, Deku said. I know it. My team would kick my ass all the way to Vacuo if I even implied that my life was somehow less important than their own. And second, they are training to be hunters, and right now they are all stronger than me. Thinking that they will ever need me to play martyr for them is not only stupid, it's also disrespectful. They are my best friends, I would do anything from them and they would do the same for me. As a leader, I think my responsibility is to make it so that we never have to go too far for each other, Jaun said. I may act like a martyr, putting my life on the line, even if just to save one person. I don't think my life is worth less than the others. Nor does Jack. I guess I just phrased my answer wrong, Deku said. You kind of put her on the spot. But as I said, you both got emotional. You weren't the only one who said something to upset the other, right, Jaun asked. Yeah. But I still feel bad for making her cry, Deku said. I know. It's like kicking a puppy, Jaun said. I should follow the petals, Deku said. You should, Jaun said. Deku then followed the trail of petals through Beacon and down to the Emerald Forest cliff where the launch pads are located. As Deku arrives, he sees a black and red figure, hugging her knees and staring down at the forest below. Ruby. I'm sorry, Deku said. I'm trying, Ruby said. What, Deku said. I'm trying to be a good leader. And I know that I won't always be able to protect me teammates. But is it so wrong to want to try, Ruby asked. Ruby, I never wanted to imply that you're a bad leader for wanting to protect your teammates. I want to protect mine too. And I know you didn't mean it when you said that a leader who has put his teammates in danger is a bad leader. I guess we just both got heated back there, Deku said. Yes. I'm sorry, Ruby said. There's not a formula for what makes the perfect leader. You care a lot about your team, I can see that plain as day. And that's good, Deku said. But I'm being too much of a kid about it, Ruby asked. No. You're just being too idealistic about it. Unfortunately, that's not how the world works, Deku said. Hey. You sound a bit like Weiss, you know, Ruby said. I guess I do. Or you just think that because she's on your team, Deku said. Maybe so. And maybe a team leader acts differently depending on what the team is like. No. I probably said some things that sounded like I was talking bad about your leader. I'm sorry, but that mentality works for me because when I go too far I know my teammates are there to pull me back, Ruby said. I see what you mean. I had to pull Jack and Evelyn back after a fight over a mistake in Jack's cooking. Your teammates cover your faults. And so do mine. So I'll leave criticism of your leadership up to them, Deku said. And I won't say bad things about other leaders either. Deal, Ruby asked. Deal, Deku said. I still don't like that finale, Ruby said. That's fine. Must be only an ending for mature leaders, Deku teased. Okay, that's it, Ruby shouted. Ruby then tackled Deku. Ah, okay. I'm. Ow, Deku said. NOM NOM NOM, Ruby said. Are you seriously saying NOM while? And stop biting me, Deku said. Stop calling me a kid, Ruby shouted. Then stop acting like one, Deku shouted. Furthernoms, Ruby shouted. Ah. Stop it, Deku shouted. Never. Ultimatenoms, Ruby shouted. Then I shall reel it. NOM, Deku said. The two were now covered in dirt, scratches and bite marks. That wasn't very nice, Ruby said. You're the one who started biting me, Deku said. I have baby teeth, while you have adult teeth. I should be the one complaining, Ruby said. Oh, so now you're okay with being called a kid, Deku said. As leader, I have to make use of all strategic advantages, Ruby said. I'm not against hitting women. So that won't work, Deku said. But I'm a child, Ruby said. First you want to be grown up. Now you want to be a child. You're impossible, Deku said. But I'm cute. So it's okay, Ruby said. Shush, Deku said as he bonked Ruby on the head. Hey. Don't make me cry again, Ruby said. You bit me, Deku said. Oh, no, I think there's something in my eye, Ruby said. Don't make me hang you up by your cap in the Emerald Forest, Deku said. But then you'll have yarn on your ass, Ruby said. I think Weiss would support my decision, Deku said. She would, Ruby said. Now what was it that you had planned, Deku asked. Just a day in Vale, Ruby said. We should hit the showers, Deku said. Gimme a piggyback, Ruby said. No, Deku said. Please. With strawberries on top, Ruby asked. Fine. But don't blame me for what happens, Deku said. What, Ruby asked. Deku then used one for all and picked up Ruby and took her back to Beacon. But suffice to say Ruby's stomach was not ready. Belch, Ruby said. Sunday. Day 28. Team JPDE were in Vale with two objectives today. The first one was to restock the pantry, and the second one was for Evelyn to buy cloth to make her outfit for the party. Alrighty, then. David. Ijuku, you two are coming with me, Evelyn said. I knew we would be the pack mule, David said. Oh, come on. It's not like it's going to be heavy, with Aura. Also, you'll be splitting the load, Evelyn said. Would you like us to carry you as well, Your Highness, Deku asked. If you're offering, then. Hold out your arms, Iju, Evelyn said. Carrots, I appreciate your management skills, but as your leader I say, what about we share the burden, Jack said. What about food, though, Evelyn asked. Me and Jack are going to finish shopping and then reach you at the shop. I'm 75% positive we're going to finish before you do, Penny said. Or But I wanted to see them struggle, Evelyn said. I could carry anything cloth you could buy by myself, without my semblance or aura, Deku said. Then I guess I'll only see David struggle. At least for a while, Evelyn said. Why? David shouted. Because of reactions like these, Evelyn said. Let's just get to the shop, alright? David asked. Catch you later, girls, Evelyn said. Later, carrots, Jack said. See you in a while, David. Ijuku, Penny said. Jack and Penny then went to do food shopping, leaving Deku and David to the mercy of Evelyn. Seriously though, Evelyn, just how much cloth do you need to make one dress? David asked. I don't really know, Evelyn said. You don't really know? Deku asked. I know in theory, but when you're colorblind there's a lot of trial and error involved, Evelyn said. You're colorblind? Deku asked. The eyes aren't just for show, bucko. They've been screwed up for a few years now, ever since I got my semblance, Evelyn said. Your semblance did it? David asked. No, silly. They are just a side effect of when I got it, Evelyn said. Evelyn, how can you talk about this so nonchalantly? David asked. The same way you talk about your amnesia so nonchalantly, Evelyn said. Point taken, it's just, I can't imagine what kind of event would leave someone colorblind, David said. Well, being blind does technically make you colorblind, Deku said. Evelyn and David wanted to argue against it but realized that what Deku said was true. Of course, that hasn't happened since you can see, Deku said. Who knows, maybe she is. She could just be really good at hiding it, David said. As talented as I am, I in fact can see. So, you want to know how I became colorblind? Evelyn asked. Well, I am curious, but I feel it's not a happy story, is it? David asked. Nope. It's pretty weird, too, Evelyn said. Then, maybe another time. We're here to get stuff for a costume for a party, aren't we? Doesn't really fit the mood, Deku said. It would be if it was a horror-themed party, Evelyn said. Who knows? They may host one in the future, Deku said. But what would we go as? David asked. The three then started to talk about Halloween costumes. Over in another part of Vale. Roman, it was a pleasure doing business with you, Howard said. You're a good lair, kid, but your crystals more than fit the deal. Haven't seen something this pure in years, Roman said. Let's just say I know a place. And it's not a place you could get to even if you knew of it, so don't bother trying to get the location out of me, Howard said. Nah, way too much trouble. Also, if I have to be honest, whatever your operation in Vale is, it kind of intrigues me. Well, me and my associates, Roman said. Hope it's not enough intrigue to make you muck around with it, Howard said. Considering you could counter-muck the operation I'm involved in right now. Not really. I can't really say the same for my associate, though, Roman said. Excuse me, Howard asked. Back with Evelyn, Deku and David. I'll be right back, Deku said. Okay. I'll punish him in the meantime, Evelyn said. Don't leave me with her, David said. David had forgotten to add sugar to the shopping list. Deku had left the boutique since there was no signal inside. This left David alone to carry the cloth as Evelyn's punishment for forgetting. Deku was about to message Penny when he was hit by something. He saw that it was a pebble that had hit him. Deku looked towards the direction the pebble was thrown. He saw a very short girl sitting on top of a bench. Though she may be small, the curves of her hips and chest tell Deku that she is a grown woman. Hello. Why did you throw a pebble at me? It is kind of rude, Deku said. She doesn't say anything. She just swings her legs around in her seat and brings her umbrella to the front, closing it. No, seriously. Why did you hit me with a pebble? Deku asked. There was not answer again. Well, no audible one. Deku could see her shoulders shake with mirth at his question, but no sound reaches his ears. Suddenly, with a short hop, she gets off the flower pot and the bench, quickly straightening herself up to Deku, umbrella now strapped behind her back. "Hello. Do you know me somehow?" Deku said. She laughs again, but no sound comes from her mouth. "So you are mute then?" Deku said. The girl looked at Deku in surprise. "What? Never had someone figure that out that quickly?" Deku asked. The girl nods. "Anyway, I don't like being messed with like that. So please stop and go away," Deku said. The girl looks surprised again. She points at the shop. "That's different. Even though she can be a rascal. Evelyn is a friend," Deku said. The girl then laughs. She then walks closer to Deku and extends her hand towards him to shake. "You want to be friends so you can mess with me?" Deku said. She nods, with no shame whatsoever. Deku then backs away. The girl pouts and walks up to Deku, pressing her chest against his. Deku backs away again. She gets angry and moves closer, then Deku moves away from her to the other side of the street. The girl then proceeds to try and get closer to Deku, but he keeps moving away. The two continue this until they are out of breath. The girl then lunges at Deku. "Hey, what the? Let go of my arm. I'm not shaking your... Ow ow ow. Are you just freaking butt me? What is it with short children biting me?" Deku shouted. This caused the girl to bit even harder. She then fled the scene of the crime. "Aiju. Are you still on the phone? Oh, I get it. You and Penny got stuck trying to make the other hang up first," Evelyn said, coming out of the shop. "What the hell happened to you?" David asked. "I made a new friend. I guess," Deku said. "Who exactly did you make friends with?" "A pack of feral cats," Evelyn asked. "No, a feral cat would have been much better than that bitch," Deku said. Deku's scroll then went off. "Let me catch that. It's probably Penny," Deku said. The message was in fact not from Penny, but from the ice cream looking girl. "I heard them. Angry face. Neo," the message said. "Great. Now she has my scroll number," Deku said. Little did the three know that Howard was watching. Well, that was actually entertaining. "No harm done," Roman Howard said. A while later, Team Jade had finished shopping and were now back in their apartment. "She even tore part of my costume up. This is supposed to be high-grade stuff. Why are there a bunch of peculiar people in Beacon and Vale?" Deku said. The other looked sadly at Deku. "Don't look at me like that. We are weird. Team RWBY is weird. At least one member of Team JNPR is weird. Everyone we seem to meet is weird in some way. I mean, David was put into a meteor and flung into Vale with his memories erased," Deku said. "But you said it like it was a bad thing," Evelyn said. Deku signed. "That's just because of my mood. Other than the scratches, she damaged my clothes. I only have the one set," Deku said. "That's true," Penny said. "Speaking of clothes, David could go for some new clothes. Hunter-oriented ones," Jack said. "And maybe try a new hairdo," Evelyn said. "I guess. I definitely need new hunter clothes. My sleeves would be shredded if was attacked by that girl," David said. "I'd say. And don't worry, Deku. I'll patch up the holes she's made," Evelyn said. "Are you sure your work will last?" "Not to insult it, but my costume is made from a high-grade material that is not meant to rip. It used those materials as if I use superpower at too high a percentage it would tear my clothes into shreds," Deku said. "Wait, so your semblance can strip you naked?" David asked. "Basically, yes," Deku said. That's Penny said. "Kind of hot," Evelyn said. "Of course, you would make it sexual, you dirty bunny," Deku said. You're welcome, Evelyn said. It was now night time. Team Jade had eaten dinner and were now getting ready for bed. Jack, Deku and David were already asleep in bed. Penny was in the shower and Evelyn was sitting at her desk fixing Deku's costume. There we go. All fixed up, Evelyn said. Evelyn had patched the holes Neo had made with green and red cloth, like on her clothes. Now on to my party costume. Now what should I go for? It should be so that they can't stop looking at me. Though I should probably keep it tame. Don't want them to freeze this time, Evelyn said. She then looked at Deku and David sleeping. But now comes the hard decision. Hey. Hard. That'll be happening at the party, but who am I going to get physical with? I like the both of them, but Penny does like David. But she also likes Aiju, so I'll think about it later. I need to actually make my costume first, can't let them just see me naked. Yet Evelyn said. Evelyn then started to design her costume. Meanwhile, in the shower Penny was washing herself. She was currently thinking about David and Deku. I like them both, and so does Evelyn. But we can't have them both, or share them. Actually, I'll have to do some research, Penny said. A while later Penny stepped out of the bathroom. She saw Evelyn at her desk focused on drawing. Evelyn, Penny said, butting her hands on her shoulder. Evelyn jumped in surprise. Sorry I scared you, Penny said. It's okay. I was so focused on drawing, I didn't hear you, Evelyn said. Well, you can have your shower now, Penny said. Okay, thanks. Hold on. Is that Evelyn asked? It is. I like wearing it. Though I put my collar on this time, Penny said. You naughty ginger. Want them to pop a boner again, Evelyn asked. Penny just looked away in embarrassment. Maybe, Penny said. Hey Penny. If you had to choose between David and Ijuku, who would you choose to be with, Evelyn asked. That's a very specific question. Is there a logical reasoning for your question, Penny asked. No reason. No reason whatsoever, Evelyn said. I honestly cannot choose between them to become my sexual partner. I like the both of them and would like to get closer to them. So, if I had to choose one, I would just let it happen. I'd be more than happy to end up with either of them, Penny said. I see. Well, I'm gonna have my shower now, Evelyn said. Okay. Good night, Evelyn, Penny said. Good night, Evelyn said. As Evelyn entered the bathroom, Penny looked to her bed, and then to David and Deku. Penny then walked over to David and Ijuku's bed. She then grabbed the end of the duvet and pulled it up. She then crawled up the bed between David and Deku until her head met theirs. She was now sandwiched between them. She was then grabbed onto by Deku and so was now being spooned by Deku. She blushed heavily before she cuddled David, and David cuddled back. Meanwhile in the shower, she said that she doesn't mind who she ends up with. That means it full game for the both of them. But who should I go for? You know what? Fuck it. Whoever I end up fucking won't matter. I like the both of them as well. And I bet they both have huge fucking. No, Evelyn. Stop being horny. You can be horny when you get either stud, Evelyn said. Evelyn then finished showering and exited the bathroom. She saw the position Penny was in. That lucky bitch. Why can't that be me? I want to have them. Fuck, why am I so horny, Evelyn asked. Evelyn walked over to her bed and stripped naked, leaving her clothes and underwear on the floor. She then grabbed her toys and put them on her bed. Two of which were very long and thick. She then grabbed her scroll and put some earpods in her ears. She then went on to a dirty site. She pulled up a video of two men and one girl. She spent the night pleasuring herself, copying what she saw in the video. Fuck yes. Fuck my whole Zaijuku. David. Fuck them hard, Evelyn moaned. Monday. Day 29. Yes. Spank me, Ijuku. Spank my fat ass. Teach this slutty bunny whore a lesson, Evelyn moaned. Evelyn, wake the fuck up, Deku said, but with Jack voice, as he slapped her ass again. Ha, Evelyn said. Evelyn was then woken up by a huge slap to her ass. She looked back to see that her ass was red and see Jack standing over. Jack. What the hell was that for? Evelyn asked. Well, I assume you don't want the others to see you naked with toys around you and your sheet wet, Jack said. Oh, well. Thanks, Jack. Wait, Penny isn't up? Evelyn asked. Nope. She's still sleeping with the boys. I must say she has become very bold, Jack said. I taught her well, Evelyn said. Yeah, right. No, why don't you go have a shower while I hide your mess, Jack said. Okay. Thanks, Jack, Evelyn said. Evelyn got out of bed and headed towards the bathroom. Hey, one more thing, Jack said. What? Evelyn asked. Which one was going to town on you? Jack asked. Both. They took it in turns after they fucked, Evelyn said. And now I know far too much. Go have your shower, Jack said. Okay. And by the way, I'm getting back at you for the spankings, Evelyn said. You seemed to enjoy it though, Jack said. Stupid Jack. I'll get her back, Evelyn grumbled as she entered the bathroom. A while later, Penny woke up, before Ijuku and David, and got ready for school. The David and Ijuku woke up and got ready for school. Team JPDE were making their way to class for the day. Appears like we've gotten our act together. We won't be late ever again, Deku said. Our attendance situation is not that horrible, Ijuku Penny said. I know. Still feels good to arrive early, instead of arriving a few minutes before the bell, Deku said. Deku then noticed Weiss over by the wall. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable, Weiss said. She was holding some kind of small poster in her hands. She was clenching it so hard that it might be turned in shreds. Hey, Weiss. Is everything alright? Deku asked. Penny. Ijuku. Good morning, Weiss said. Did something about that small paper upset you? Penny asked. Oh, no. Absolutely nothing. It just didn't go well with the colors of the wall, Weiss said. Would you be more comfortable talking about what troubles you to just Ijuku? Penny asked. Maybe a little, sorry Penny, it's just, Weiss said. Ruby? Penny asked. Ruby, Weiss said. I understand. I will meet you both in class, then, Penny said. Penny then left Deku and Weiss and went into the classroom. I wish Ruby was more like her, at times, Weiss sighed. So? What's wrong? Deku asked. It's easier to just show you, Weiss said. She brings up the hand holding up the small poster, offering it to Ijuku. The truth about Weiss Shni, Deku said. It is, of course, all slander, Weiss said. It's a pretty elaborate poster, containing a crude caricature of a pretty surly Weiss, with an animalistic lizard tail and sharp fangs coming out of her mouth. Posing on the right of a column of text. Are we supposed to believe that the heiress to the most powerful organization in all of Remnant chose to become a huntress and leave the luxury of her life and home for the greater good? Deku said, reading the poster. This slime doesn't know anything about my life. Or my home, Weiss said. It's clear that she's here for something else. To be a foothold, the eyes of her family inside of the school. But what could the Shni want with Beacon? Wasi. The Shni want Beacon itself, to produce its own private army, Deku said, continuing to read the poster. What? Deku asked. I know, right, Weiss said. The letter continues briefly, detailing how the student body of Beacon should rise and band together to request the expulsion of Weiss, or to force her to confess. A call to arms of sorts. This This is terrible. Who would ever think of something like this? Deku asked. Granted, knowing my father, he'd try even something like this if it looked profitable. But the Atlas army already provides protection for the shiny affairs all over Remnant. And when that doesn't suffice, the occasional hired goon will do the trick, Weiss said. Also, I doubt Ozpin would just sell the school to your father. What is this guy thinking? Deku asked. Someone who doesn't know me and judges me just by my family name. Probably a student, most probably a faunus, Weiss said. What should we do about this? Deku asked. Does that mean I can count on your help? Weiss asked. Sure. If you tell me why you don't want Ruby to know about this, Deku said. We're already dealing with something pretty big, but knowing Ruby, she'd try and make us tackle this at the same time, Weiss said. I can see that. But if this person, whoever it is spreading fire, we may not be able to avoid it, Deku said. I don't think that's the case. Otherwise, they would be everywhere around the school. Professor Goodwitch and their other teachers aren't that absent-minded, Weiss said. Oh, that's true. Which is probably also why he's not sending this directly to people's scrolls. They would trace it back, Deku said. Yes. He most probably has to stick to approaching places he knows will be crowded, and do it at night, Weiss said. Sounds like we have a stakeout, Deku said. Indeed. Contact me when you've decided on a place, and we will lay in wait together, Weiss said. I can do it alone, Deku said. If you think I'm going to just push my problems on you, you got another thing coming, Weiss said. I didn't mean it like that. But I understand why you want to do this, Deku said. Weiss and Deku then entered the classroom. Classes were now over. The scratches Deku had got from Neo hadn't healed yet, and so people were staring at him. So, David. What would you say your favorite color is? Evelyn asked. That's a random question. Why do you want to know? David asked. No reason, Evelyn said. Penny knows my measurements, David said. David. That's not how it works, Evelyn said. What? David said. She's right, partner. That's not how you do these kind of things, Jack said. What are you talking about? It's pretty obvious that you're David said. David, in these cases you're supposed to remain ignorant and be totally and completely surprised by the revelation, thus creating a heartfelt moment, Penny said. I'm not that dense. Who's that dense? I mean, it's not like there's stuff that happened where I couldn't see or hear it. I was always present and aware whenever the subject and hints came up. I can't in good conscience act like. Oh, fine. Gee, Evelyn. I have never really thought about it. I guess I don't have a favorite color, David said. More creative freedom for me, then, Evelyn said. Oh. You better make sure she's actually designing hunter clothes, Deku said. And what does that mean? Evelyn asked. I think you know exactly what that means. This would be the perfect time for you to pull a prank and have him wear a dress or something, Deku said. I wasn't actually. But now you've said that, Evelyn said. Deku. What have you done? David asked. Sorry, Deku said. Tuesday. Day 30. Deku had entered the mess hall at night and saw another copy of the poster. He had called Weiss to meet him there. There was no one around, so whoever did it has already left. He had also found a seed on the floor which he picked up and put in his belt. Weiss then announced her arrival by the sound of her heels against the floor. Here I am. Did you see anyone suspicious? Weiss asked. Weiss then noticed Deku smirking. What are you smirking about? Weiss asked. Nothing much. Just thinking that you should change your shoes. The only way you'll be sneaking around is if the whole school was deaf, Deku said. I could say the same for you and your iron souls, Weiss said. But I don't have them on, Deku said. Weiss looked down to see that Deku was in fact not wearing his iron souls. Let's just get inside, Wise said. The two walk over to the poster. Here it is. Just like the first one, same words of Slander, Wise said. Wise then takes it off the wall. She then crushes it in her hand, into a ball. She then drops it and then stops it repeatedly with her right foot. You do realize you need to pick it up again, now, Deku said. Yes. But I do need to ease my frustration somehow, Wise said. Better that taking it out on the culprit, Deku said. Yeah. Doing that would only make the situation worse, Wise said. What are you going to do when you find this person, Deku asked. Honestly, I don't know yet. I hope I can think of something before then, Wise said. Wise and Deku then left the mess hall. Wednesday. Day 31. Jack had gathered Penny, David and Evelyn in their apartment. Jack, why have you gathered us all here? Penny asked. And shouldn't Deku be here? Where is he? David asked. Izuku does not know about this meeting, Jack said. Why? Penny asked. Because this meeting is about Izuku, Evelyn said. Still doesn't explain why he's not here, David said. When I went to tell Ozpin about the voice in your head. Before I left, he asked about Izuku. And he told me that Izuku could change Remnant's future, Evelyn said. What? Penny and David said. He also said that calling Izuku's semblance a semblance is wrong. It's something completely different, Evelyn said. Then. What is it? David asked. We don't know. And we need to find out, Jack said. Should we though? We all have our own secrets. Why can't Izuku keep his? Penny asked. I know that. But I don't think our secrets could change Remnant. And I want to make sure that we're not in danger, Jack said. You really think that Deku would hurt us? Penny asked. No. Honestly, I'm curious. I mean, this would explain why Ozpin wanted him so much he made us a team of 5, Jack said. So what are we gonna do? David asked. We're going to vote, Evelyn said. Vote on what? Penny asked. Considering that Izuku would probably be not willing to tell us. Hell, Ozpin probably told him to keep it a secret, Jack said. So, we are going to hold a vote on whether or not to use my semblance on him to find out what this power is, Evelyn said. Should we really though? I mean, we haven't known each other for that long. He may tell us when he feels like he could trust us, David said. David has a point. Shouldn't we leave it up to Izuku to tell us his secrets? Penny asked. We should, but as a leader I want to make sure that we are safe, Jack said. Do you not trust him or something? David asked. Honestly. Right now. No, I don't, Jack said. Here, have a look at this, Evelyn said. Evelyn pulled out her scroll and showed Deku using Black Whip. That's not an enhancement power, David said. Exactly. And we don't know how much more he could do, Evelyn said. So now we vote. I say we use Evelyn's semblance to have a look, Jack said. Same, Evelyn said. I vote we do not use Evelyn's semblance on Deku, David said. It's up to you now, Penny, you have the deciding vote, Jack said. I abstain from the vote. I don't want to breach Izuku's privacy, but I'm very interested in his power, even more now, Penny said. Okay. We'll do it tonight, Jack said. I don't like this, David said. None of us do, Evelyn said. Deku was walking back to the dormitory at night. He walked past the combat classroom and heard loud noises coming from inside. Deku opened the door to see Young training. She looked absolutely exhausted. Come on, Young. You need to get stronger. To beat him, Young said. Young, Deku said. Huh. Izuku. You're not supposed to, Young said. Young then fell over and hit the ground hard. Young, Deku shouted. Deku then rushed down to the arena. He checked up on Young. Thankfully she was only exhausted. A while later Young woke up. She found herself on the ground, her head resting in Deku's lap. "Hello Young," Deku said. Young quickly moved to get up, but her head collided with Deku's head. Young then fell back into Deku's lap from the pain. "Thanks Young," Deku said. "Sorry," Young said. The two waited for the pain to subside. "So how are you feeling?" Deku said. "I'm fine. Just fine," Young said. "Young. Don't lie," Deku said. "But I'm not. I am really fine," Young said. "Young. You collapsed. That's not being fine." "Why are you doing this?" Deku said. Young sighed. "To beat you," Young said. "To beat me? But why?" Deku asked. "Because you show up one day and then you kicked my ass. That hurt my pride," Young said. "So you've been doing this to beat me?" Deku asked. "Yeah," Young said. "You are very stupid," Deku said. "What?" Young said. "I may have beaten you, but that doesn't make me a better fighter than you," Deku said. "How?" Young said. "You have had way more duels than me. Just because I beat you doesn't mean that I'm a better fighter," Deku said. "But you haven't lost a duel yet," Young said. "Then I guess you'll have to change that," Deku said. "What?" Young asked. "I doubt I'll be able to get you to stop, so why don't we have another duel against each other?" Deku said. "But you'll just win like last time," Young said. "Are you sure? You've been doing a lot of training." "You might beat me this time," Deku said. "You're right. I'll kick your ass and take my spot back," Young said. "Cool. Now call me when you are free for our rematch," Deku said. "Okay," Young said. "Now to take you back to your dorm," Deku said. Deku then picked up Young and held her bridal style. "What are you doing?" Young asked, blushing. "Carrying you back to your dorm," Deku said. "But I can walk back to my apartment," Young said. "Sorry if I say I don't believe you," Deku said. You have a point," Young said. Deku then began to take Young back to her dorm. On the way, Young fell asleep in Deku's arms. Deku arrived and knocked on Team RWBY's dorm. Blake answered the door. "Hey Blake," Deku said. "Hey. Izuku. Why is Young asleep in your arm?" Blake asked. "She's being overdoing it and so this happened," Deku said. "Hey. And she says I overdo it. Let's put her to bed," Blake said. Blake then led Deku into their room. They strip Young down to her shorts and cloth bra, and they tuck her into bed. And then Deku left. "I will never let her live this down," Blake said. Team JPDE are getting ready for bed. Deku was in the bathroom. He had just finished washed up. He had just finished washing his teeth. He looked into the mirror and saw something strange. He moved closer to the mirror and saw that his eyes had two darker shades of green circles in his iris. "Huh? When did this happen?" Deku asked. Deku inspected his eyes more closely. This looks like Evelyn's eyes. But I'm not colorblind. And when did I get these? Well, nothing feels off, so it seems I'm fine, so Deku said. Deku decided to ignore his eyes, thinking that his was a part of when he got his aura, and he's just never noticed. Deku then exited the bathroom and went to sleep. "Okay, Operation Look Back is a go," Evelyn said. "We shouldn't be doing this," Penny said. "I know. But what choice do we have?" Jack said. Evelyn then climbed onto Deku's bed and crawled over him. "Okay Izuku, time to see what you are hiding," Evelyn said. Evelyn then tried to use her semblance on Izuku. She got as far as the day they met Deku. "Huh? Not this again," Evelyn said. Evelyn got closer. She sat down on Deku's crotch and placed her boobs on his chest. Her head was so close to Deku's they were almost touching. "Come on, let me see," Evelyn said. Evelyn then felt something rising. Oh, I do. You are thinking about me, Evelyn said, bouncing up and down. Evelyn then focused even harder. Evelyn then found herself in a dark void. She then saw 8 figures. They then reached out and grabbed her. Evelyn screamed as she fell back and off the bed. Her head on the floor, back against the bed and her legs up by her head. Jack, David and Penny quickly got out of bed. Penny and David were still on their bed and looked down at Evelyn. Evelyn. Are you okay? David asked. Yeah. I'm fine, Evelyn said. What did you see? Penny asked. I don't know, Evelyn said. What do you mean? Jack asked. I couldn't see past the day we met and then I saw 8 black figures grab onto me and then I was like this, Evelyn said. That's strange, Jack said. I'd say. Another person I can't see the past of, Evelyn said. So what do we do now? David asked. I guess we just leave it up to him, Jack said. Seems like it. Now help me up please, Evelyn said. On it, Penny said. While the others were tending to Evelyn, Deku woke up. As he opened his eyes, he saw up Penny's gun. His face went red, then suddenly Penny moved back. Penny and Evelyn had grabbed each other, and Penny pulled Evelyn up. Unfortunately, Penny pulled a bit too hard and so they flew back. Penny landed on Deku's face while Evelyn landed on Deku's crotch. Evelyn and Penny froze. David and Jack began to snicker at what happened. Penny and Evelyn looked at Deku and saw that he was asleep, but he was only pretending to make things less awkward. I think this is a bit too bold for the both of you, Jack said. Penny and Evelyn didn't say anything. They just silently got off Deku and went back to bed. Thursday. Day 32. Deku was walking through the gardens when he saw Velvet taking pictures. No, I need inspiration. I want to be different, Velvet said. Hey Velvet. What you doing? Deku asked. Ijuku. You scared me, Velvet said. Sorry. So, you like photography? Deku asked. I don't like it. I love it. It's actually a part of my weapon, Velvet said. Huh. So your weapon is to use the flash on your camera? Deku asked. What? Velvet said. Your camera was pretty good at blinding me, David, for a few seconds, Deku said. Oh right. Sorry again about that, Velvet said. It's alright. Still, it's a good tactic, Deku said. I guess it is, Velvet said. So what's got you so worked up? I heard you say you need inspiration, Deku said. That? Well, I've been feeling a bit bland, Velvet said. What do you mean by that? Deku asked. Have a look at my hunter outfit and tell me what you think about it, Velvet said. It's very simple. Not as eccentric as other people's, but that means nothing will get in the way, Deku said. But that's the problem. I look too plain. I want to stand out, Velvet shouted. Velvet then calmed down. Sorry, Ijuku. I just feel inadequate with my hunter outfit. I want to dress up like the others, Velvet said. Then why don't you? Deku asked. Because I can't. Coco, my team leader, won't let me, Velvet said. She sounds a Tauradian, Deku said. Oh no, she isn't. This outfit does fit well with my fighting style. It was specifically made for me, but the design and colors are not what I want, Velvet said. Have you told Coco about this? Deku asked. No. And not because I'm scared, it's just that Coco has made us a well-oiled machine, and I don't want to disrupt that, Velvet said. Well, if you can't get a new one, then why don't you modify the one you have? Deku said. Velvet said. You could change the color of your costume to make you stand out more, or you could lose the leggings and show off your legs, Deku said. I actually never thought of that. But I'm Velvet said. Velvet, there you are, a voice said. Walking over to them was a girl with sunglasses and a beret. "Oh. Hello Coco," Velvet said. "So who's your new friend?" Coco asked. "This is Ijuku. Remember when told you about the two guys I blinded?" Velvet said. "Ah. Well, it's nice to meet you, Boy Toy," Coco said. "It's nice to meet you." "Wait, Boy Toy," Deku asked. "Yep. That's your nickname for me." "Now come on Velvet, we have to go," Coco said, walking away. "Okay. Here's my scroll number. We'll talk about this another time," Velvet said. "Okay. See you around Velvet," Deku said. Velvet the followed after Coco. Friday. Day 33. Deku had found a good place for the culprit to strike. He had called Weiss to tell her to come. Soon Weiss arrived, this time not making such a noise. "You had a good idea. Did anyone come by yet?" Weiss asked. "No one. We can use the benches and wait until," Deku said. Suddenly the lights went out. "Until the lights go out," Deku said. "We will wait a bit more," then Weiss said. "I guess so," Deku said. The two sat together in the darkness. The two had been sitting there for quite a while with nothing happening. "This is so boring," Weiss said. "A stakeout isn't supposed to be exciting," Deku said. "Yes, but just staring at nothing and making no sounds causes you to lose focus anyway," Weiss said. "One of my teachers back home does this kind of thing every night. In fact, when he's not teaching, he sleeps in a sleeping bag," Deku said. "Really? What a weird teacher," Weiss said. "He may be kind of off-putting sometimes, but he's a good teacher, who looks out for us and wants us to get stronger." "Wait, I just remembered something," Deku said. "What is it?" Weiss asked. Deku then pulls the seed out of his belt. "Is that a seed?" Weiss asked. "Found it on the floor in the mess hall. Right under where the poster was," Deku said. "Well, it's a kitchen. It's not usual to find food on the floor," Weiss said. "After closing time. You know that they clean everything before shutting down for the night, including the floor," Deku said. "Huh, no, I mean, I never really thought about it, to be honest," Weiss said. "Also, this seed seems a bit too big for cooking. Seems more like a seed you'll eat straight from a bag," Deku said. "I'm not an expert on seeds, sadly. But I do agree that those seeds look more for eating than cooking," Weiss said. "What if these belong to the culprit?" Deku asked. "The culprit?" Weiss asked. "Well, what else are we supposed to call them?" Deku asked. "The culprit," Weiss said. "Exactly," Deku said. "Shush. Ijuku, listen," Weiss said. Deku then hears footsteps in the halls. "We need to hide," Weiss whispered. "Okay. Not my place to hide in a corridor," Deku whispered. The two looked for a hiding space. "They're behind the next arch. It will have to do," Weiss whispered. The two then quickly moved behind the arch. The footsteps get closer and closer. Deku could now tell that they wore heels, so they must be a girl. The footsteps get closer and closer until they stop completely. "I really hope you weren't thinking about assaulting me, children," the person asked. Weiss and Deku immediately recognized their voice. "Professor Peach?" Weiss asked. "What are you doing here?" Deku asked. "My usual night patrol. I check the halls one last time before bed each night at this hour, as a deterrent for students looking to spice up their private lives with some voyeurism," Glinda said. "That's not what we were doing," Deku said. "Professor, I swear on my honor, there has been no fornicating," Weiss said. "Regardless. You're still outside your dormitories," Glinda said. "That's true," Weiss said. "I take it you can find the road back there by yourself?" Glinda asked. "Yes. Sorry again, Professor," Deku said. Weiss and Deku then made their way back to the dormitory. "That was so embarrassing," Weiss said. "Yeah. I can't believe Professor Goodwitch thought that we were doing that," Deku said. Well, two attractive teens sitting together on a bench in the dark only illuminated by the moonlight. And this is a co-ed school. I don't really blame her, Weiss said. Right. Wait, you think I'm attractive? Deku asked, a bit flustered. I know what I'm saying. And if being in show business has taught me anything, it's that whenever people see two attractive persons together, they always think they are sucking face when no one's watching, Weiss said. Anyway. Professor Goodwixt gave us a great hint, Deku said. Right. To be able to stick that flyer in the hallway the first time, the culprit must have known about Professor Goodwich's habit, Weiss said. So they are definitely a student here. Hopefully there aren't that many Beacon students who like to snack on these kind of seeds, Deku said. We follow the food, then. Hopefully, by that time we find this person, I'll have an idea as to what to do to persuade them, Weiss said. The two then went into their respective dorm rooms. Saturday. Day 34. Deku got a call from Velvet. Morning, Velvet. How have you been? Deku asked. Good, thanks. Now, are you free to finish our conversation from last time? Velvet asked. Oh. Sure, I'm free. Where should we meet? Deku asked. Meet me in the classroom in 30 minutes, Velvet said. 30 minutes later, Deku arrived at the classroom. He saw Velvet already inside, but she was wearing her school uniform. You're pretty punctual, Izuku, Velvet said. And you are early, Deku said. I don't like making people wait, Velvet said. Fair enough. So why are you in your school uniform? Deku asked. That has something to do with what we were talking about, Velvet said. Velvet leaned back against a window. I may want to be different. I want people to look at me differently. But I just can't bring myself to do it. I've looked in the mirror multiple times wearing my uniform and I think about losing the leggings and other pieces. But I can't bring myself to do it, Velvet said. Sound like you need to build up some confidence, Deku said. I know. But there's a problem, Velvet said. That being? Deku asked. I have no one to practice with. I'm confident with my team, but when it comes to others I freeze, Velvet said. I see. You know, I used to be the same, Deku said. Really? Velvet asked. Yeah. Though with help from others I was able to build it up. Though I'm still not as confident as others are, but I'm getting there, Deku said. My teammates have helped me a lot too, but when it comes to being sexy, I just can't do it in front of people, Velvet said. Deku thought for a moment, thinking of an idea to help Velvet. Velvet. Do you have your camera on you? Deku asked. Yeah. Why? Velvet asked. Well, you could take pictures of yourself on how you want to look, and then just look at them to build up your confidence enough so you could do it in public, Deku said. Do you think that'll work? Velvet asked. It's a start at least. And you won't know until you find out, Deku said. Good point, Velvet said. Now I think this is a good enough place for it. I'll go outside and make sure no one comes in while you do it, Deku said. We could just lock the doors, Velvet said. But the teacher can unlock them, and... Don't you want to do this alone, instead of have me in here with you? Deku said. Oh, But how am I supposed to take a picture? My arms aren't that long, Velvet said. Are you sure you are comfortable enough to do that with me? Deku asked. No. But that's the point, isn't it? I trust you enough to do this, Velvet said. Okay. So, we'll start of light and then work up to. You know, Deku said. Right. From normal to sexy, Velvet said. Don't say sexy. I don't need another sexy bunny in my life right now, Deku said. You talking about Evelyn, right? Velvet asked. Yeah, Deku said. Honestly. I wish I had a body like hers. I wish I was that sexy, Velvet said. Well, being so-called sexy is relative. Sure, Evelyn may be found sexier than you'll ever be. You can still be sexy. Can't believe I'm talking about this, Deku said. I guess you're right. Coco doesn't care about that, Velvet said. So, do you want to get on the desk and try a sexy pose, Deku asked. Yeah, Velvet said. Velvet climbed onto the desk. She put her face and chest onto the desk and stuck her ass up. Is this good, Velvet asked. Deku just started at Velvet. His face completely red. Ijuku, Velvet said. Huh. Oh sorry, Deku said. It's fine. Seeing you look at me like that does make me happy. Now take the picture, Velvet said. But I don't have the camera, Deku said. Oh. It's in the box on my right, Velvet said. Okay, Deku said. Deku climbed onto the desk behind Velvet. He moved close to Velvet to grab the box. He moved so close that his crotch was against Velvet's ass. Velvet blushed heavily. Deku then grabbed the box and tried to pull it off, but it didn't come off. Deku tried to pull it again. This moved Velvet's ass forward and backwards, hitting into Ijuku's crotch. Velvet then started to moan. Is something the matter, Deku asked. You are making me hit your crotch, Velvet said with a huge blush. Deku then realized what he was doing and blushed heavily. Sorry, Deku said. Just take off my belt, Velvet said. Okay, Deku said. Deku then reached down and undid Velvet's belt. Though his crotch went further into Velvet's ass, Velvet then let out a loud moan. Deku then quickly took it off. Sorry, Deku said repeatedly. It's okay. This is the point, Velvet said. But I'm not supposed to dry hump you, Deku said. But you are making me feel sexy, Velvet said. Deku blushed even more. The two then spent the morning taking sexy pictures, with Velvet losing and undoing pieces of clothing as they went on. Okay. I think that will be enough, Deku said. Can we take one more, Velvet asked. Sure. Take position, Deku said. Actually. I need your help with this position, Velvet said. What is it, Deku asked. I want you to pin me down, my legs by my head like you're doing me, Velvet said. What, Deku said. Please. I've always liked the idea of being pinned down like that, Velvet said. Sure, Deku said. Velvet laid on her back while Deku climbed over her. All Velvet had on was her shirt and skirt. Her shirt had only one button done up by her chest, but Deku could see her black sexy bra though. Deku then grabbed Velvet's legs, causing her to moan a bit. He then pushed Velvet's legs above her head, causing her to moan again. He could now see Velvet's back panties. Come on. Take the picture, Velvet said. Deku gulped as he grabbed the camera and took the picture. Suddenly the classroom door opened, and Glinda Goodwitch stepped in. I thought I told you not to spice up your private life in the school, Mr. Midoriya, Glinda said. This isn't what it looks like, Deku said. It appears to me that it is though, Glinda said. You got it all wrong, Professor Goodwitch. I asked Deku to do this, Velvet said. I never thought you would be the one to ask for sexual activity in a classroom, Glinda said. No, Deku and Velvet shouted. Deku and Velvet then explained what they were doing to Miss Goodwitch. And though she might have not believed them, she found no sign of sexual activity and so let them go with a warning. That was embarrassing, Velvet said. I know. And this wasn't the first time though I was doing something like that, Deku said. Really, Velvet asked. She thought me and Weiss were doing it because we were in the corridor late at night, Deku said. Velvet laughed. Man. She must think you're some kind of sexual deviant, Velvet said. Well, she did let us go. If she really thought that, I bet we would be in detention, Deku said. Sure. Though I am sorry for what happened, Velvet said. But I was my idea to use the classroom, Deku said. But I told you to just lock it, Velvet said. I guess we are both to blame, Deku said. Still, I feel like it's my fault. So let me treat you with a day in Vale. I'll pay for everything, Velvet said. You don't need to do that. But if you really want to, Deku said. Great. Now come on, Velvet said. Velvet then grabbed Deku's hand and took him to the bullhead. As they made their way to the bullhead landing, they were spotted by Coco, but they didn't see her. What are you up to, my little bun bun? Coco asked. Sunday. Day 35. Team JPDE were back in the Emerald Forest again, for the third time. How's everyone feeling? Jack asked. I'm 100% functional, Jack Penny said. Ready to rock. And to harvest enough Beowulf pelts in righteous revenge to dress up all of Beacon, Evelyn said. Yikes. I'm ready too, partner, Deku said. I'm ready to go, leader, Deku said. Good. This time I want to do something a bit different. We're going to fight close to each other but not together, Jack said. Then the sound to rustling came from the forest. That's the sound of a group of Grimm. We're going to split them into smaller groups and engage them on our own. Considering what happened last time, I think it's important to work on our individual reaction times when dealing with multiple enemies, engaged or otherwise. But do not take the risks and stay close to your partner, alright? Even with David's semblance, it's better to not take risks, Jack said. And once again I'm gonna be passed around. Wish we had a sixth member for me to partner up with, Deku said. But that's part of the fun. We all get to use you, Evelyn said. A pack of Beowulfs then came out of the forest into the clearing. Ready, partner, Jack asked. Locked and loaded, David said. Team JPDE then began to fight the Grimm, splitting the group of Grimm up for them to fight on their own. David was able to kill the Beowulf in front of him with relative ease. That was so easy, compared to the last time, David said. Good job, partner, but don't lose focus. Small Grimm like these get their power from numbers, Jack said. I won't let you down, David said. Oh, he wants to show off for us, Evelyn said. You should focus too, Evelyn, Penny said. We should all focus. We can see David show off later, Deku said. Okay, I do, Evelyn said. Team JPDE then continued to fight off the Beowulfs. Up on the cliff top, overlooking the Emerald Forest. Looks like they are having fun. Bonding with your team while training, maybe a celebratory snack afterwards. That's a hunter student's life. If it wasn't a complete waste of time, it'd be almost heartwarming. Oh, well, Howard said. Howard's hair over his left eye parted and grinned, showing his sharp teeth. Time to ask some questions, Howard said. Back with Team JPDE. They keep coming, David said. No worries, these are the last ones. Mind if I give you a hand? Mine already broke, Evelyn said. Too bad. This is my training. Ask Deku if you can break his, David said. Mean David, watch out, Evelyn shouted. Hey, David said. A Grimm came out of nowhere and dealt a significant blow to David. David, Penny shouted. How can this arc, Jack said. The Grimm had David by the neck, and then it began to take off into the sky. Oh no, you don't, Evelyn shouted. Evelyn jumped onto the Grimm as it took off into the sky. Evelyn. Are you crazy, Deku shouted. David and Evelyn were now high in the sky. David, my voice. Focus on my voice, Evelyn called. The Grimm then tried to get rid of Evelyn. Oh, you'd like, wouldn't you, Evelyn said. Evelyn then stabbed the Grimm. David, I'm coming, Evelyn said. Then Grimm then attacked the two, which sent them falling towards the Emerald Forest. David opened his eyes and found himself on the forest floor. David then quickly got up to see if Evelyn was okay. He wondered why he wasn't feeling any pain like when Ozpin launched them into the Emerald Forest. "Evelyn," David shouted. "Please keep your voice down, David," Evelyn said. "You took all the brunt of the fall." "For the both of us?" David asked. "Nah. I just fell hugging you and took the path which gave you the least damage. You were unconscious even before we hit the ground." "Ah," Evelyn said. "You're hurt," David said. "Nothing much. I just sprained an ankle and dislocated my shoulder." "Aura doesn't stop for dead," sadly Evelyn said. "Nothing much. You're David said. David then began to cry. Are you crying?" Evelyn asked. "Sorry, it's just I hate this. I hate that you got hurt because of me. I'm glad that you're mostly okay, but damn it, I don't know what I'm supposed to feel here," David said. "Hey, it's alright. We're teammates and we help each other," Evelyn said, giving David a hug with her dislocated arm. I know. But I'm always the one needing help and causing trouble for other people," David said. Hello. Do you remember why you activated your semblance in the first place?" Evelyn asked. Evelyn gets into a sitting position, wincing as she goes up, right hand grabbing her left shoulder. David looks for Evelyn's tonfas, but they're nowhere to be seen. "Also, just like that Beowulf, I couldn't sense that Grim before it showed up to snatch you." "It's not that you were careless, David, there's something else going on here," Evelyn said. "But how? What's going on?" David asked. "The price of knowledge," remember Howard asked, stepping out of the forest. "Howard?" David asked. "I can satisfy the curiosity, but are you sure you want to know?" Howard asked. "Back with Jack, Deku and Penny." "Penny? Which way were they taken?" Deku asked. "This way. They fell in that direction," Penny said. Deku then took off in that direction, using his max output of 12%. "Ijuku! Don't run off," Jack shouted. "No, Jack. Deku is our best bet at saving them," Penny said. "You're right," Jack said. Jack and Penny then ran as fast as they could after Deku. "This isn't a coincidence," Jack said. "Someone got the drop on us while we were isolated twice, in similar circumstances. And that kind of grim at this time of day," Penny said. "Someone's targeting us. Someone's targeting my team. I don't know why or what. All I know is I have to break someone," Jack yelled. Back with David, Evelyn and Howard. David put himself between Howard and Evelyn. "Oh, putting ourselves in the line of fire, are we?" "You have good instincts," Howard said. "Get away. Don't touch Evelyn," David said. "No worries, I have no business with her. It's you I've been wanting to talk to." "So, let's cut to the chase," Howard said. Howard then grinned, showing his sharp teeth, and his hair parted, showing his 4 eyes on his left. "Hand over the flame, David," Howard said. "The flame? What the hell are you talking about? And what's wrong with your face?" David shouted. "I always love a first-timer's reaction. Never seen a spider faunus before, have you? Anyway, your reaction is genuine." "You have no idea what I'm talking about," Howard said. "All I know is that it was you, wasn't it? You're the one who made those Grim attack us," David said. "Let me be more specific," then Howard asked. "Don't ignore me. And stop doing that," David shouted. "The object you found in the crater." "Give it to me," Howard said. "You're speaking nonsense. What are you looking for? And why do you think I have it?" David asked. "Oh, crap baskets. That leaves only one explanation," then Howard said. Explanation for what David asked. Howard then hit David, knocking him over. David, Evelyn yelled. You see, thanks to a guy who knows other guys, I managed to track down a witness of the moment that meteor crashed, Howard said. You what? David said. Howard then hit David again. The nice old lady swears that when the thing landed, there was something shining at the point of impact. Bright as a flame, she said, Howard said. Howard went to hit David again, but this time David blocked the attack. Ah, so you can do something other than be a punching bag, Howard said. Screw you. And what does that mean? I don't remember any light, David said. The light belonged to the object I'm looking for. Anyway, the old lady said that all of a sudden, the light disappeared, Howard said. Howard then attacked again. David was able to block the attack, but his arms are shaking from the strength of the impact. And a human shape rose in the middle of the steam and smoke, where first there was none. That's all she saw before she was wheeled out of her room. So if you didn't find the flame and no one else recovered it at the crash, there's only one place where it can be, Howard said. Evelyn gasped loudly behind him. Then that's why I couldn't. It all makes sense now, Evelyn said. Evelyn. What are you? What's he saying is David said. Howard then kicked David in the face. Sorry, David. I don't know how much time I got, so let me show something interesting, Howard said. David's eyes widen and his mouth goes dry as Howard laughs and laughs. His form then starts to change grotesquely. His mass and volume increase exponentially. Muscles and bone tear, heal and enlarge. His natural colors disappear in a mass of black, white, and red. Howard has transformed into a bat-like Grim, though he is much bigger than a regular bat. You weren't commanding Grim. You were the Grim, David said. David, you have to run. That's an appel, Evelyn said. No, David said. He's going to kill you, Evelyn said. And if I run you're going to get killed, David said. Damn it, David, Evelyn said. Teammates help each other, don't they, David said. David then tuned back to face Howard in his appel form. David began to fight Howard. As he did, Evelyn was able to transfer her aura to his, keeping his aura topped up. As the fight went on, Howard retracted his wings. David, watch out. He's gathering aura, Evelyn shouted. He's what? But he's a Grim, David said. No, he's not. Think about it, Evelyn said. The fight wasn't going well for David. Though he had Evelyn replenishing his aura, Howard was just too strong, even though there was a gash on his right leg that Evelyn gave him when he first attacked. David then put a load of dust in his pockets. David, what's all that dust for? Evelyn asked. David's eyes went red as he charged at Howard, but before he could do anything, Manchester Smash Deku shouted. Deku blitzed out of the forest and kicked the appel with a 100% kick, sending Howard back, crushing trees in his path. Though this attack drained all of Deku's aura, the wind pressure created sent David flying back towards Evelyn and knocking him unconscious. Deku, Evelyn shouted. Have no fear. Everything is fine now. Why? Because I am here, Deku said. Deku, Evelyn said, starting to cry. The appel started to get back up. Careful, Deku. That appel is actually Howard, Evelyn. I'm not going to ask why or how, but I am going to beat the shit out of him for hurting my friends, Deku said. But you don't have any aura, Evelyn said. Who say I need it to fight, Deku said. Deku then charged at Howard. Deku was bounding from tree to tree, hitting and shooting Howard as he did so. Howard used his sharp teeth and talons to slash and bite at Deku, causing him to bleed and his outfit to rip. Howard then began to stumble as blood started to spill out of his body. You're definitely low on aura now, Howard. I suggest you surrender, Deku said. Howard shrieked at Deku. Stubborn aren't you, Deku said. Howard then charged at Deku, going to bite with his teeth. One for all. 100% Detroit. Smash, Deku shouted. Deku punched Howard with his left arm. This sent Howard flying back, creating a big grove in the ground. Deku's left arm was broken and covered in bruises, also his outfit was missing its right sleeve and most of the torso. And stay down, Deku said. Deku then turned towards Evelyn and David. Are you two alright? Deku asked. Are we alright? You're bleeding from everywhere and your arm is all mangled. How can you be more concerned with us? Evelyn cried. That's just who I am, Deku said. Then Evelyn said. A screech was then heard. Deku and Evelyn looked to see Howard getting up. For fuck's sakes. Stay the fuck down, you oversized spider bat, Evelyn shouted. Howard then began to flap his wings and began to fly away. Oh, no you don't, Deku said. Deku then used Black Whip to tie up Howard's wings and pull him down to the ground. Howard then changed back into his human form. You are one stubborn bastard. And his eyes. Doesn't matter. He's out and you're about to collapse. It's over, Howard said. I don't like to repeat myself, but you'd like that, wouldn't you? I only have one limb out of order. I can still kick your ass with the remaining 3, Evelyn said. With no weapons. Want me to transform again and bite off your ears, little bunny? Howard asked. Stand down if you know what's good for you, Deku said. Yeah. And I'd like to see you try, without aura. I don't know how your semblance works, but you definitely need aura to sustain your transformations, and after the thrashing Deku gave you, you're running on fumes. And you're not getting out of Black Whip, Evelyn said. So are you. Are you really willing to test that theory? Howard asked. I don't need to test anything, bucko. I can just give a look, Evelyn said. What the hell does that even? Howard said. Evelyn then used her semblance on Howard. Just as I thought. You can't transform into anything more threatening than a kitten, right now, Evelyn said. You. What are you? Howard said. And wow, there are at least a dozen ways I alone could kill you even with one arm and no weapons. Fun, Evelyn said. Don't look at me like that. You're disgusting, Howard said. Pot and kettle much. That's always been your problem, hasn't it, Howard? Lashing out. Everyone scared or disgusted by the freak with spider eyes. Not only that, being able to transform into anything you kill. You're made for campfire stories. Now, I'll agree that they were morons, but what did you do? They saw a monster, you gave them a monster, and that's when the hunters came. Bravo, fool. Your life is now ruined, Evelyn said. You. How do you? Howard said. Was it worth it, Howard? Was a brief moment of retribution worth a life forever on the run? Evelyn asked. My head, Howard said. Except. You're not on the run anymore, are you? Not since you met, Evelyn said. Get the fuck out of my head, Howard shouted. Alright, fine. There's no need to shout, geez. The ears aren't for show, you know, Evelyn said. You. What kind of semblance is that? Do you read minds? Howard asked. Now, a girl's got to have her secrets. Anyway. I don't need to stall anymore, Evelyn said. What? Howard said. Jack then came of the forest and went to punch Howard. How the hell did I miss him? He was tied up. And where did he go? Jack asked. He turned into a fly and ran away, Evelyn said. He what? Jack asked. His semblance. Quite a nasty one, too, Deku said. Deku. You're covered in blood. And your arm, Penny shouted. Penny. I'm fine, Deku said. The fuck you aren't. Now sit down while we patch you up, Jack said. How's David? Penny asked. He's alright, Penny. He's got no aura as well, but it's not due to Howard. We were lucky he didn't want to kill David. David was about to pull something crazy until Deku arrived, Evelyn said. Wished I'd arrived sooner, Deku said. You've done enough already, Deku. Let us handle the rest. Jack. Evelyn. I need you jacket and blazer, Penny said. Okay, Jack said. Jack and Evelyn then removed the jacket and blazer and gave them to Penny to use as makeshift bandages. You used your semblance on him, Jack said. Not enough aura to use it full steam, but we have a problem, Evelyn said. I figured that the moment a bloody appel swooped down from the skies. You can fill me in on the way back, Jack said. Alright. You're all patched up, Deku. And David's vitals are stable. Now, we should set that shoulder back in place, Evelyn, Penny said. This is going to suck, Evelyn said. Penny then set Evelyn's arm back into place. Bouncing ballistic booby balloons, that hurt, Evelyn said. Not as much as a mangled arm, Deku said. Speaking of injuries. How are you not in so much pain, Penny asked. Adrenaline and experience, Deku said. We'll ask about this later. Right now, we need to get out of here. Evelyn, can you walk? Jack asked. I can move on my own, Evelyn said. That's something at least. Penny, can you carry Izuku and David? Jack asked. Affirmative, Penny said. No, I can walk too. Me and Evelyn will carry David. While you lead, Jack. And Penny covers our rear, Deku said. What, no? You are staying down, Mr. Evelyn said. He has a point. More Grim could ambush us on our way back, Penny said. As much as I hate to admit it. Izuku's plan is much better for our safety, Jack said. Fine, Evelyn said. Evelyn and Deku then pulled David, by the arms, over the backs. Jack took the lead while Penny took the rear. The team then carefully made their way out of the Emerald Forest and to the infirmary. Meanwhile. Shit. I can't believe. Never been so humiliated. How? How can I even tell the boss that I? You screwed up, Howard, but at least try not to be a coward, Howard said. Howard then called Weather. Howard, Weather asked. Weather? No, boss. I failed, Howard said. You're out of breath. The guy was that strong, Weather asked. Crazy, more like it. So were his teammates. But there's something more. First. The flame is not with him. It's inside him, Howard said. That complicates things, Weather said. That's not all, boss. While we were fighting, at a certain point. The Guardian. He had the same eyes as the Guardian, boss, Howard said. Lay low until we get there, Howard. We're all coming to Vale, Weather said. You're all? You mean even Bella, Howard asked. Yes. I'm sure the boss will approve, considering what you just said to me, Weather said. Damn it, Weather. I thought we wanted to do this low profile, not scorched earth, Howard said. Evelyn and David managed to escape with minor wounds and would be all better by tomorrow. Izuku, however, wasn't so lucky. The injuries he sustained would take much longer to heal, but there were no lasting injuries. The team then left the infirmary. Deku and David were in wheelchairs, while Evelyn had a crutch. They soon arrived back at their apartment. That was an ordeal, Jack said. It was more than that, Evelyn said. Thank God we're all alive, at least, Deku said. If Howard wanted to kill David, then he would have been gone, Evelyn said. I think we should not talk about this right now, Penny said. Agreed. I need to sleep for a week, Evelyn said. I don't think that'll be possible. Maybe a day though, Jack said. Good enough for me. Now let's get you undressed, Izuku Evelyn said. What, Deku said. You can't sleep in that. It's all torn and covered in blood, Penny said. I know that. But you don't need to undress me. I can do it myself, Deku said. Nope. Let us help you, Evelyn said. What? No. Evelyn, you don't need to. Not you too, Penny, Deku said. The girls then stripped Deku out of what remains of his hunter outfit. Thankfully we was able to stop them from taking off his underwear. Deku was then put into Penny's bed. The three then moved on to David, though he was completely stripped down, before being up into his bed. Penny, where are you going to sleep? Deku asked. Penny said. We can share my bed, Penny, Evelyn said. Okay, Penny said. The girls then started getting ready for bed in the main room. I'm still awake, Deku said. Does it matter though? We've just stripped you and David. And it's not like we're going to remove our underwear, Evelyn said. But still, Deku said. Then just look away, Jack said. Deku then closed his eyes whilst the girls changed and then went to bed. In the middle of the night, Evelyn woke up. She got out of her bed, she then hobbled over to Deku and David. She climbed in between them. Thanks for saving me, you two, Evelyn said. She then kissed David and Deku on the cheek. But don't ever do that again, Izu. I don't want to lose you, Evelyn said. Evelyn then snuggled up to Izuku and fell asleep. Monday. Day 36. Deku woke up in the middle of the day. He felt something on his right arm. He looked to see Evelyn, her arms were around his right arm, and he was pressing her boobs into him. Evelyn was only wearing her shirt, so he could see her pink and white stripped panties. Evelyn. Wake up, Deku said, as she shook Evelyn with his right arm. Huh. Oh. Good morning, Izuku, Evelyn said. More like afternoon. But why are you in bed with me and why are you only in your shirt, Deku asked. I had a nightmare last night about losing you to Harold. And so I climbed into bed with you, Evelyn said. Did you get a good night's sleep, Deku asked. After climbing in and snuggling with you. Yes, Evelyn said. Glad to hear it. Now why are you, Deku said, sitting up taking his arm out of Evelyn's boobs. Deku then noticed that Evelyn's shirt was undone at the top, creating a deep V, enough so that Deku could see her cleavage and that she wasn't wearing a bra. What were you going to ask, Evelyn asked, sitting up. Oh, nothing, Deku said, as he averted his eyes from Evelyn's chest. Hey, Izu. There's something I need to tell you, Evelyn said. What is it, Deku asked. Evelyn then moved closer to Izuku, almost sitting in his lap. Evelyn said. Evelyn then moved in to kiss Izuku, but... Evelyn. You're alright, David said, waking up. Evelyn and Deku then looked at David. Typical. Last thing you remember is an attempt at a blaze of glory and the first thought on your mind is me, Evelyn said. Wait. What do you mean attempt, David asked. I kind of stole your glory. Good thing I did though. Didn't want you being blow up, Deku said. What? And have you go through the shredder instead? Look at you. You are covered in bandages. I'll stick with my decision, David said. We can talk about blazes of glory later. You two want a glass of water, Evelyn asked. Yes please, Deku said. David nodded. Evelyn then got up and got Deku and David a glass of water. How are you feeling, David? Evelyn said. Good enough, considering everything. My aura was completely gone, wasn't it? David asked. Yeah. I'm sorry for that. I should have been more careful, Deku said. Hey. We're alive, so that counts for something. So, Thank you Deku, David said. I do, here, weaken him into a kitten, before we took care of the rest, Evelyn said. I see, David said. David relaxed in his bed, placing his head against the headboard. He brings his right hand to scratch at his chest, when he realizes. Evelyn. Deku, David said. Yes, Evelyn said. Who undressed me, David asked. It was a group effort, Evelyn said. Different question. Why am I naked, David asked. Because your clothes did take a beating. You should see Izuku's. His are in shreds, Evelyn said. Don't worry, David. They undressed me too. But I made them keep my underwear on, Deku said. That makes things a little better. But only a little bit, David said. You also lost a little bit of hair, Evelyn said. David then brought his hand to his hair, to feel that it was shorter than before. But now I don't have any clothes. Gee, I wish there was a spare set I could use, David asked. You're really bad at this, Evelyn said. I shouldn't be doing this in the first place, David said. I'll get them. I guess it's as good as time as any to show you them to you, Evelyn said. Thanks, David said. Now, I wonder where I'll get a new set of hunter clothes, Deku asked. Yeah. I'll make you some new ones, Evelyn said. Thanks. By the way, where are Penny and Jack, Deku asked. They left me a message. They are with the headmaster, Evelyn said. I see, Deku said. Up in Ozpin's office. Jack and Penny had just finished telling Ozpin and General Ironwood about Howard's attack. Being able to transform into Grim. And still being able to use Aura, Ironwood said. A fearsome ability. It's a testament to your training that David managed to survive alone against it, until Izuku arrived, Ozpin said. Barely. The fact that this Howard wanted to capture him alive was a big factor, I believe, Jack said. Headmaster. Do you have any idea what they could possibly want from him? What is this flame they are looking for, Penny asked. As with most things concerning Mr. Dik, this is sadly also a mystery to me. But it is most certainly tied to the voice in his head you mentioned. And his peculiar existence itself, Ozpin said. So. It's true, Penny asked. It would explain why Miss Damerot's semblance didn't work properly on him. Mr. Dik simply had nothing to observe, Ozpin said. So, his life started the day that meteor fell, Jack asked. At this point, I doubt we can call it a meteor. If there are people with knowledge of what he carries, I think it's safe to assume that the object is native to Remnant, Ironwood said. Speaking of which, you say that Miss Damerot read in your attacker's mind. That he has allies, Ozpin asked. 3 of them, Penny said. Any other details about these allies she managed to retrieve, Ironwood asked. Only that one of them seems to have some kind of relationship to Fire, Jack said. Fire, Ironwood said. Jack's scroll then went off. It's from Evelyn. David woke up, Jack said. We should go to him, then. Post haste. To see if he can add anything new to our investigation, Penny said. That'd be advisable, yes, Ozpin said. You're dismissed, Ironwood said. Headmaster, Jack said. General, Penny said. Jack and Penny then left Ozpin's office. 3 people, Ozpin, Ironwood said. Their target is completely different, though. Whatever this flame is, it doesn't have a relation to the maidens that I know of, Ozpin said. Whatever it is, Ironwood asked. If I knew everything, I wouldn't make mistakes, my friend. Much about Remnant's past has been lost to the tides of time, and conflict. I fear this is a threat we know nothing about, Ozpin said. So. We do nothing. Once again, your suggested course of action is waiting for their next move. Ozpin. I hope this isn't another of those mistakes you mentioned, Ironwood said. Back in Team JPDE's apartment. David had put on his new clothes Evelyn had made him, and he had a new hairdo. Deku was still sitting in Penny's bed, still only in his underwear. Evelyn was still only in her shirt, but she had at least done up some of the buttons. "How do they feel?" Evelyn asked. "They feel great. But I worry that the jacket will stain easily, being white," David said. "They are hunter-grade materials, so it won't stain," Evelyn said. "They won't?" David asked. "Ever seen someone with dirty clothes after sparring or training?" "Except for you, of course," Evelyn said. "True. Didn't think that Hunter put so much attention into what they look like," David said. "You have no idea," Evelyn said. "I like the new look. Much better than your greaser look," Deku said. "Thanks. Feels much better to move in," David said. Jack and Penny then entered the room. "Good to see you back on your feet, partner," Jack said. "David," Penny said. Penny then hugged David. "I'm so glad to see you're feeling wholesome," Penny said. "Penny. Don't worry, I'm okay. I wasn't gravely injured. Unlike Mr. Mummy Man here," David said. "Well. Next time I wouldn't save you then," Deku said. "No, you won't. You're too kind for that," David said. Yeah, alright," Deku said. "I knew that. It wasn't your injuries I was worried about," Penny said. "What were you worried about, then?" David asked. "Your state of mind. Considering the new information Harold shared with us during his attack," Penny said. "Oh, right. That. Evelyn. During the battle, you. What exactly it is that you realized?" David asked. "Remember when we first met my semblance didn't seem to work properly on you?" Evelyn asked. "I remember." "Evelyn, what exactly does your semblance do?" David asked. "Evelyn can see the past or future of people and things," Jack said. "There are limits, of course. But when we first met, I tried observing your past and I couldn't go further back than the moment you woke up in that crater. At first I thought it was because your semblance shielded you, somehow. But taking into account what Harold said," Evelyn said, "I didn't have any other past to observe. I was born in that crater. 6 weeks ago," David said. The room went silent. "Oh, well. That's one mystery down, at least," David said. The girls then fell down in complete surprise at David's response. "Oh. What's wrong?" David asked. "Nothing, apparently," Deku said. "Don't change the mood so suddenly." "Bloody hell," Jack said. "David, you're not bothered by this at all?" Penny asked. "Should I be?" David asked. "Maybe a little," Evelyn said. "Is this another thing like with the clothes?" David asked. "No, you're taking this in stride," Jack said. "It does bother me a little, yes. I mean, I get it, I'm not human, but it doesn't really change anything, does it? Parents, a family, a life before Beacon. I've lived without those things, and I've been doing pretty good for myself, have I not? Now we know they don't exist at all, but I'm still me. I've taken all my days here one at a time, and focused on what I do instead of where I came from. I'll just keep doing that. So, am I still your friends even if I'm weird?" David asked. "Absolutely. We promised," after all, Penny said. "As the headmaster said, teams are forever," Evelyn said. "And partners, too. I'll be damned if I let you go over something like this," Jack said. "Whatever you are. Human, non-human. That won't change our friendship," Deku said. "So, want to tell me what exactly you dug up from Harold's mind?" David asked. "His name is Howard. And I think we should get lunch first," Penny said. "Well, I am hungry, but I think I can resist," David said. David's stomach then rumbled. "Then again," David said. The team laughed. Outside their room, Ruby was standing there. I feel like I heard something I wasn't supposed to, Ruby said. Over in the Beacon School. I'm happy to hear everything's going well. You sure you don't need more time, Glinda asked. Of course I'd like to have you back at the school, but Glinda said. I will see you on Monday, then Glinda said. Team Jade had finished having lunch and had told David everything they found out from Howard. So there are 3 more we have to be wary of. Great, David said. I just hope they are not as dangerous as Howard, Jack said. With our luck, one of them would be able to turn into a god or something, Evelyn said. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, Deku said. Considering they are working together, there's a high chance that they are all at least on the same level as Howard, Penny said. Seems like I'll need to work hard to defend myself from them, so I don't have to rely on you guys, David said. And we'll all help you get there, Deku said. Hey, Izuku. There's something we've been wanting to ask, Jack said. What is it, Deku asked. Why is Ozpin interested in you, Jack asked. How, Deku said. When I went to tell Ozpin about the voice in David's head, he asked about you and said that your semblance isn't a semblance, Evelyn said. Deku froze, as he quickly tried to think of an answer. It is true that my semblance isn't a semblance. While it does seem to be one, it acts in different ways, Deku said. Like getting a new power on 2 of your current one, Penny asked. What, Deku asked. That back tendril you tied up Howard with. That doesn't seem to fit with your power-up semblance, Evelyn said. Oh, that. Well, I have recently discovered a new application to my power that allows me to create a physical form of the energy inside me. And that what Black Whip is, Deku said. How does that work, David asked. I don't know. Why do you have a male human form, Deku asked. Fair point, David said. Hey. Female, David, Evelyn said. Carrots, you can let your mind wander later, Jack said. As I was saying, I don't know how it fully works. That's why I haven't told you guys about it. Or even Ozpin, Deku said. Wait, Ozpin doesn't know, David asked. Yes. While he knows something about my power, he doesn't know it all. And while I'd like to tell you more, I just can't, Deku said. But why, Evelyn asked. Why, I trust you all. It's better to keep this a secret from as many people as possible. Imagine the chaos that would come if my power's nature got out. It would be like telling the world magic is real. People and kingdoms would do anything to have me. So, the less people who know the better. The only person who knows is Katsuki Bakugo, Deku said. Your friend from back home, Penny asked. Yes. And he figured to out on his own from me being careless about what I said about it, Deku said. Okay. We'll respect your wishes, and keep this a secret, but we will have to tell Ozpin about Black Whip. It would be suspicious if you start using it in class and we haven't told him about it, Jack said. That's fine. Just tell Ozpin what I told you. I'm willing to sacrifice that for David's safety, Deku said. You always have to make it about saving other, don't you, Evelyn said. It's just who I am, Deku said. Wait, does that mean that you can still unlock a semblance, David asked. I don't think so. This power may explain why I was so weak in the past, Deku said. That kinda makes sense, Evelyn said. Deku sighed in relief. Her had managed to keep One for All as a whole a secret. But how long could he keep lying to his new friends, and how long before new powers start to show and derail everything he's told them? He did not like it one bit. But it's what needs to be done. Tuesday. Day 37. All of Team Jade were now back at school. David and Evelyn had fully healed from their injuries. Deku, though, was still healing. He would be back to normal by Wednesday evening, though he was able to attend classes. And so, he'll probably keep on wearing my old outfit, David said. Considering this flame has been referred to as some kind of object, Wouldn't using it be more correct? Penny asked. Kind of hard to refer to someone with my own face, isn't it? Also, he has a personality and all. He feels like a person, so I'm going to treat him as such, David said. You're right, Penny said. No more miraculous saves, I guess. Also, I feel like I should apologize for leading us into danger, Jack said. It kind of comes with the job, doesn't it? Nothing much we can do about a little danger, David said. And how were you supposed to know about Harold, anyway? Evelyn said. Evelyn's right, you didn't willingly expose us to any danger you knew about, Deku said. Except the Grim, but it wouldn't have been much of a training without enemies, Penny said. True. Still, I'm certain they will target David again in the future. We need to learn more about Howard and whoever his allies are, Jack said. Also, I think learning more about the flame may shed some light on their motives, Penny said. I never heard of anything like it before. It sounds like some kind of mythical object, but those only exist in myths or fairy tales, Evelyn said. Well, I guess we should research some fairy tales, then, David said. Seriously? Evelyn asked. Seriously. Considering what people deal with on Remnant daily, it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if one or two fairy tales were true stories, David said. Makes sense. And we don't have many leads, so let's see if we can find some, Deku said. I agree as well, Amber said. What the fuck? David shouted. Amber then appeared before David. Amber. Do not do that, David said. Don't do what? Amber asked. Amber. Who's Amber? Jack asked. Oh, your friend you were worried about. Where is she? Penny asked. Where are you even looking at? She's right here, David said. No, she's not, Evelyn said. I'm sorry, but you seem to be the only one able to see and hear me, David, Amber said. Deku then moved his hand where Amber was stood. Izuku. What are you doing? Evelyn asked. David. Is my hand going through Amber? Deku asked. Yes. But how do you know where she is? David asked. I may not be able to see her, but I can hear her, Deku said. What the others said. David. Izuku. Are you sure you are feeling alright? Jack asked. Maybe you two should have taken a longer period of rest, Evelyn asked. No. Girls, I know this may sound a bit out there, but, you see, I met this girl called Amber, in the amphitheater and, well, I think she may be a ghost. Or something, David said. You definitely need more rest, Evelyn said. I wouldn't say so. If David and Izuku are seeing and hearing things, then they wouldn't at least hear the same things, Penny said. That's fair. But they could be hearing two different voices, Jack said. Oh, come on. Weren't we talking about how fairy tales could have truth to them just a couple minutes ago? David asked. Fairy tales maybe, but partner, this is a ghost story, Jack said. So David said. They are, as they say, tots different things, Penny said. No, they're not. They both include mythical elements. And who says fairy tales can't have ghosts in them? Deku said. Okay. I think you two are just tired and the flame in David's body may be messing with your vision. And returning to our original subject. We have to start somewhere. It may give us hints. What about we make next Thursday a group study day? Jack said. It's not a vision. She's here, I tell you, David said. We can go to the library for fairy tales, but how are we going to gather information on Howard's group? Evelyn asked. Don't ignore me, David said. Jack, Penny and Evelyn then left. They're fun. I like them, Amber said. Do you, now? David said. And, sorry for startling you earlier. I hadn't considered the fact that you can't hear or see me unless I choose to reveal myself, Amber said. It's fine. Just, until I can find some way to convince them. Maybe wait until we're alone for conversations, David said. I agree. Oh, and may I suggest the salad, today? The dressing looks absolutely delicious, Amber said. So you like your greens, Deku asked. Yes. They are healthy and delicious. But I have to ask, how can you hear me, Amber asked. I have no idea, Deku said. Anyway. Can you not put your hand in me? It feels weird, Amber said. Oh, sorry, Deku said. David and Deku then joined the others in the mess hall. After eating lunch, Evelyn and Deku went back to their apartment so Evelyn could get Deku's measurements. Okay, Izuku. Strip, Evelyn said. Could you not say it like that, Deku asked, blushing. Okay. Iju, strip for mommy, Evelyn said. Never mind, Deku said. Evelyn laughed. I'll strip if it makes you feel more comfortable, Evelyn said. That would make me more uncomfortable. And I don't want you saying that we were naked in the same room, Deku said. You know me so well, Evelyn said. Deku then got out of his uniform. Evelyn then began to take his measurements. Your clothes do nothing for your body, Evelyn said. How, Deku said. I mean, look at you. All muscular, but when you put on any clothes, the muscles just disappear, Evelyn said. So, what of it, Deku asked. Your new outfit need to be tighter and be less covering, the world needs to see your body, Evelyn said. Evelyn. No, Deku said. What? It's true, Evelyn said. But I don't want that. I don't want any changes to my outfit, Deku said. Fine. I won't make any changes, Evelyn sadly said. Fine, you can change to colors. Keep the green, Deku said. Yeah, Evelyn said. She then hugged Deku. Evelyn, Deku said. Oh, sorry, Evelyn said. Evelyn then knelt down and began to measure Deku's legs. Hey Izuku. I got your message and I know I'm Ruby said, entering the room and seeing Evelyn on her knees. Oh my gods. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, Ruby said. Ruby. It's not what it looks like, Deku said. Ruby then ran off. Deku went to put on his clothes and chase after Ruby, at the same time Evelyn stood up to chase after Ruby. Deku and Evelyn then fell down, Deku's face landing in her chest. Hello there, Evelyn said. Deku quickly removed his face from her boobs. Sorry, Deku said. I'll stop her, Evelyn said. Evelyn then flipped over onto her front and then crawled out. She then stood up and ran after Ruby. As she did, Deku saw her white panties. Deku then put his uniform back on and followed the rose petals. I'm so sorry, Ruby said. Ruby. It's fine, Deku said. Yeah, we should have locked the door, Evelyn said. But I should have knocked on the door and come at the right time, Ruby said. Hey. We are all to blame for what happened, Evelyn said. Yeah. But can we please just forget this, Deku asked. Yes. I don't want Young to know about this. Or anyone else, Ruby said. So do I. Well, talk about my gear tomorrow, Deku said. Okay, Ruby said. Ruby then left and Deku and Evelyn went back to their dorm room. Iju, Evelyn said. Yes, Deku asked. What do you think about sex, Evelyn asked. What, Deku asked. What do you think about sex, Evelyn asked. I heard you the first time. But why are you asking that, Deku asked. Well, considering what just happened. I'm just curious, Evelyn asked. Well, I've never really thought about it. I am only 16, Deku said. But you're a hunter now. You are considered an adult and thus considered legal, Evelyn said. It's not really legality. It's just that I never really thought about having sex, Deku said. So you don't masturbate, Evelyn asked. Why are you being so open about this, Deku said. Because it's just sex. I bet you've seen some students sucking face and heard them going at it, Evelyn said. Well, I have, but Deku said. You've never thought about doing it, Evelyn said. I haven't. I am a virgin, Deku said. So am I. But that doesn't change what I think about sex, Evelyn said. So, you want to have sex with someone, Deku asked. Yes. Due to my faunus nature, I enter heat cycles. But due to me working for Ozpin, I haven't had the chance to get a boyfriend, Evelyn said. So, you're going to try and get a boyfriend while you're here, Deku asked. Not try, I will get a boyfriend. And very soon, Evelyn said. I see, Deku said. Now let's get back to your measurements, Evelyn said. But let's lock the door this time, Deku said. Nice and private. No interruptions this time, Evelyn said. Wednesday. Day 38. You know, partner, I've been thinking, David said. Right before lunch. Try not to strain yourself, Jack said. Anyway, I was thinking. I probably gained more fighting experience with our excursions in the wild than with any of these sparring matches, David said. Well, considering we were attacked by a real threat. That's to be expected. Field training is always more effective, Deku said. You're starting to notice the limits, Jack asked. Yeah. I mean, these kind of matches are useful in tournament setting, but most fights in real life don't take place in arenas, David said. They don't. Which is why only first-year students of combat academies go through this kind of training. As Izuku said, field work is always more effective and from the second year onwards. Actually, the final exam of the first years is a real-life mission, under the supervision of a veteran hunter, Jack said. Ah, so I'm already thinking of the second-year curriculum, David asked. Heh, pretty much. Although, you know, there's an exception, Jack said. What kind of exception, Deku asked. I said students of combat academies, no. Truth be told, there's one of the big four academies which makes students go on real-life missions from the get-go, Jack said. Even first-year students, David asked. Yup. It's actually in my, Jack said. You're in the way, a voice said. The three realized that they had been standing and talking right in front of the main door. Oh, sorry, Deku said. The girl had a red and white hoodie and wore a black beanie. I'm sorry, we got caught up in our conversation, Jack said. It's fine. I know you weren't doing it on purpose, the girl said. Yeah. Things happen when you focus, no, David asked. They shouldn't, the girl said. Excuse me, Deku asked. Concentrating is important. But you should never be so focused that you forget about your surroundings unless someone is watching your back. You don't exist in a vacuum. That's one of the first things they'll teach you when you start taking missions for your school, the girl said. Very true. But I think one can relax at least a little in a scholastic mess hall, no, Jack asked. Hey. I wonder. Anyway. I'm Maisie Dong. And the school you're thinking of is Shade, from Vacuo, May said. May then walked away. Phew. She was intense, David said. A bit too serious, maybe. But I guess that's how you end up, growing up in Vacuo, Jack said. You're from Vacuo, David asked. I only lived there the first few years of my life and my family was rich. That's a very big difference. And Vacuo is a very different place from Vale, Jack said. I see, David said. After having lunch, Deku went to get his cast and bandages removed. Deku was now in Team RWBY's room with Ruby. So what's this thing about weapons, Ruby asked. I'm sure you have heard about the Appel that attacked us in the Emerald Forest, Deku said. I have. Can't believe that an Appel attacked you guys. I'm so glad you're okay, Ruby said. Yes. But during its attack my outfit got destroyed and one of my Air Force gauntlets was destroyed as well. And while Evelyn is going to make me a new outfit. I need your help in making a new gauntlet, Deku said. Oh, sure. I'll be able to help. We already have the blueprints of it, so this should be a piece of cake, Ruby said. Great. But also, I would like to upgrade my Air Force and Iron Souls, Deku said. Oh, okay. What upgrades do you want, Ruby asked. I would like to add dust capabilities. Like with David's gauntlets, Deku said. Yeah, I can do that. I should have that done by the weekend, Ruby said. You mean we, Ruby, Deku said. Oh right, Ruby said. Now can I leave you to design the changes, because I need to go into Vale with Evelyn to get cloth for my outfit, Deku said. Yeah. That's fine. I'll have it designed by the time you get back, Ruby said. Thanks, Ruby. I owe you one, Deku said. Deku then left and met up with Evelyn, and then they headed into Vale. So I have made a few designs. I want you to look through them and choose the one you like. And then we can get the cloth, Evelyn said. Okay, Deku said. Deku then looked through Evelyn's design book. He flicked through the book until he found a design he liked. I like this one, Deku said. Okay. Let's go, Evelyn said. The two then began to walk to the shop when they turned the corner and saw a sea of people. Very busy today, Deku said. Yeah. I've never seen Vale this busy, Evelyn said. And we have to walk through that, Deku said. Of course, the shop is in the middle of the sea, Evelyn said. Deku and Evelyn then began to make their way through the sea of people. As they made their way through the people, Deku and Evelyn were split up. As Evelyn tried to catch up with Deku, she was knocked over. As she fell, she went to cover her head and closed her eyes, but then... Are you okay, Evelyn, Deku asked. Evelyn opened her eyes to see she was being bear hugged by Deku. Yeah. Thanks to you. My hero, Evelyn said. Let's move together, Deku said. Evelyn nodded. The two then held hands as they made their way to the shop. The two then entered the shop and got the cloth. They soon exited the shop, and luckily by then the sea of people had gone. Thank gods the sea is gone, Evelyn said. I would not have liked to walk through that again, Deku said. The two then began to walk back to the Bullhead Landing. Hey. Did you find it strange how the workers were looking at us and talking to us, Evelyn asked. Yeah. It was almost like they thought we were, Deku said. Deku and Evelyn then realized that they were still holding hands. The two blushed and looked away and stopped holding hands. They remained silent between each other on the way back. Thursday. Day 39. Lessons were over for today and Glinda had arrived. A moment, if you will, children. Starting on Monday, Professor Topaz will go back to teaching aura classes only, Glinda said. Oh. So he was a substitute teacher, Evelyn asked. We joined the school half a year in, so we didn't know, Penny said. Professor Peach finished her maternity leave, and will be taking care of her class once again, Glinda said. Or Ruby said. Really, Weiss asked. Due to Ruby's and Weiss's mixed reaction, Deku wondered what Professor Peach was like. The students were then allowed to go. There's a lot of students, a red-haired girl said. Yes, a black-haired girl said. Not as many boys as back in Vacuo, though, the red-haired girl said. I've noticed, the black-haired girl said. Anyone caught your eye yet, the red-haired girl asked. Octavia, no, black-haired girl said. I guess the offer is so large that it gave you cold feet on making a decision, Octavia said. I'm not making any decisions, the black-haired girl said. But Gwen, this is your chance to turn the trend around. It's a new school, new ground, Octavia said. The problem is the only thing that's remained the same. Me, Gwen said. Oh, nonsense. We've been working on you, haven't we? Even if I still fail to see results concerning the Delph Esteem Sphere, Octavia said. Among other things, Gwen said. Gwen, if you don't try, you won't succeed. It's just a matter of percentages, really. Most advances don't go through anyway, Octavia said. That's what you said last time. And the time before that. And the other 48, Gwen said. Perfectly normal, Octavia said. I don't know, Octavia. Maybe I'm just not ready, Gwen said. You'll never be if you stop trying. I think you just need the right incentive. And here they are, Octavia said. Excuse me, Gwen asked. 2 targets. 6 o'clock, Octavia said. Gwen looked over to see Evelyn, David and Deku. You like tall blondes and cute boys, don't you, Octavia asked. I do like tall blondes, but... Come on, look at that cute girl next to him. I bet it's his girlfriend, Gwen said. No, she isn't. Trust me, I have an eye for these things. And the cute boy next to him is also free, so you could ask him instead, Octavia said. Still. Octavia, I haven't gotten any better or more confident at flirting or making casual talk, Gwen said. Then don't, Octavia said. What, Gwen asked. Just put on your best smile and ask one of them if he'd like to go with you. If he says no. Asks the other one, Octavia said. That's ridiculous. Who in their right mind would say yes, Gwen asked. Maybe the both of them. Go on, show me what you got, Octavia said. Gwen then put on her best smile. It has a lot of personality, Octavia said. It's horrifying, it's what it is, Gwen said. Oh no. The ones from a couple months ago, that was horrifying. This is just awkward. We can work with awkward. Just go there and ask them. And remember, the worst that can happen is that they say no, Octavia said. Gwen then put on her brave face and went over to Evelyn, David and Deku. Hey, Greenie, Gwen stuttered. Huh, Deku said. What, David said. Honey, are you alright there? Looks like you're having a stroke, Evelyn said. No, I'm sorry, I was just wondering if you'd like to go on a date with me, Gwen asked. Deku went redder than ever. Not even Evelyn's antics could have made him this red. You? What, Evelyn asked. Oh. Look at you, Izuku. Got yourself an admirer, David teased. It's very sudden, I know, hello, Gwen said. Deku was just standing there, his face still red, muttering. I think you broke him, David said. Does this count as a rejection, Gwen asked herself. Yeah, honey. You've broken him to a higher extent than I have, Evelyn said. Oh, so you're dating? I'm sorry, Gwen said. Actually, Evelyn said. So, Blondie, would you like to go on a date? I know I've just moved from one, Gwen said. Sure, David said. You? What, Gwen said. What, Evelyn said. Sure. I'll go on a date with you, David said. Someone actually found that charming. Who is this person, Octavia thought. But Gwen stuttered. What's wrong, David asked. I mean you. And You won't. My smile. 50 times. And you. And then. I don't, Gwen said. Gwen then ran away. As I thought, David said. David, what? What just happened, Evelyn asked. I guess you didn't notice, but there was another girl looking at us. She was dressed similarly. Whatever was happening here, considering how uncomfortable the girl looked. I think she was pushed into it by that other girl, David said. So, she wasn't really asking me out, Deku asked, having finally calmed down. Nope, David said. So you called her bluff, I guess, Evelyn said. Yup, David said. What if she actually wanted to go out with either of you? Evelyn asked. Please. I'm me. She was probably just using me to get out of an awkward situation of asking out your boyfriend, David teased. David, Deku shouted, flustered. David then walked away. What about you, Aiju? Evelyn asked. I'm not used to random girls asking me out. I don't know if I would have said yes. But if I got to know her better, then maybe. But as David said, she was put up to it, and I doubt anyone would fall for me at just a glance, Deku said. Deku then walked away. But what if they got to know you better? The both of you? Evelyn said. Evelyn sighed. I need to make up my mind, Evelyn said. Team JPDE were now in the library, trying to find any information about the flame. But they had no luck. No flames here, Evelyn said. Same results, Penny said. Got nothing on any flames, Deku said. And idem. No mention of flames anywhere, Jack said. I have to say, though, the library doesn't really have that extensive of a section on myths and fairy tales, Penny said. Well, it is a school and that's pretty much fiction, David said. It's culturally relevant fiction, though, Evelyn said. Also, Jack said. Yes. The new number of X-Ray and Vorvjan said. I came to return this, Blake said. Oh, finally. I can't wait to see if the late-night visits of Matsutake get discovered, the librarian said. Yeah, there's really no excuse to not have an anthological section, Jack said. We should check out the bookshop in Vale, Penny said. Also see if we can find anyone able to tell us more about Howard. Maybe we could ask Young about that, Evelyn asked. Why Young exactly, David asked. Well, she knows the owner of Juniors and there are rumors about the guy having some ties to the criminal underworld, Evelyn said. We could ask her at the party this Saturday, Deku said. Hey. I don't think that will be possible, Evelyn said. Why not, Deku asked. Evelyn stands from her chair and walks in between David and Deku. She then touches their chests and then slowly slides her hands down their bodies to their abdomen and off their hips. This action makes them shiver and flush. I think some of us will be occupied that night, Evelyn said. Evelyn then walks out of the library. What was that all about, Deku asked. I think I understand, Penny said. You do, David asked. No one on our team has ever gone to a part. She must look forward to all the dancing, Penny said. Anyway, are you going dressed up? I will probably go with the new clothes you got me, David said. I was thinking about just going in the beacon uniform, Jack said. Oh, that's a nice idea. I guess I'll do the same, Penny said. I'll go in my new hunter outfit. Evelyn said it would be done in time for the party, Deku said. I see. Did you manage to catch a glimpse of Evelyn's project, David asked. Not a peep. It's kind of impressive, considering we're roommates, Jack said. She probably wants it to be a surprise, Penny said. I did get a glimpse of it when she was taking my measurements, but it had no shape, Deku said. Deku had called Blake so that they could read the book again. Hey, Blake. You free to read, Deku asked. Deku then heard Blake yawn. Sorry, Izuku. I'm busy today, Blake said. Oh, okay. What about tomorrow, Deku asked. Sorry. I'm busy tomorrow as well. In fact, I have no more time for our reading sessions. So finish the book without me, Blake said. But Blake, Deku said. Bork then hung up. What's going on with her, Deku asked. It was now night time, and Team JPDE had gone to bed. In the middle of the night, Penny was woken up by a noise. She looked around the room and saw that everyone in bed, except for Deku. She wondered where Deku was, but then she heard a noise again. The noise was coming from the bathroom. She got up and headed over to the bathroom door. She noticed that it wasn't locked. She pushed the door ajar and saw something she shouldn't have seen. She saw Izuku pleasuring himself. Fuck, Deku moan. Oh my, Penny whispered. That stupid bunny and ginger, Deku said. He's talking about me and Evelyn, Penny said, blushing. This made Penny very happy. I never thought Izuku would do something like this. But I'm very happy that he and David both find me attractive enough to use me as materials, Penny said. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck, Deku said, as then he finished. Penny blushed even more as she saw Deku release his load. As Deku cleaned up his mess, Penny went back to her bed, thinking about David and Deku. Would they be up for it? Would Evelyn be up for it? Penny asked herself, as she climbed into bed. I'll ask after the party. Don't want to ruin Evelyn's night with either of them. But for now, Penny said. Penny then lifted her down up, to see her butt and green panties. She then pretended to be asleep. Soon Deku came out of the bathroom. She saw what Penny had done. He walked over to her. Like what you see, Penny thought. Deku then grabbed Penny's gown and pulled it over her butt, before climbing into bed. Penny blushed, she smiled from ear to ear before she went to sleep. Friday. Day 40. Deku was making his way to class when he saw Young standing outside the classroom looking sad. Hey, Young. Is something wrong? Deku asked. Izuku. Well, not with me. I'm just waiting for Blake, Young said. Blake. Is she late? Deku asked. Yeah. She slept in so she didn't show up to breakfast with us. I worry that she's going to skip breakfast and come here directly. If that happens, I'm going to send her back, Young said. Sorry for prying, but... Is she in trouble? Deku asked. What makes you ask that? Young asked. Well, I remember that when we went to Vale. She must have told you, right? Deku asked. Yeah, Young said. Also, she mentioned that she was causing you to worry. Is that again? Deku asked. But worse. She's not in trouble per se, but she's tremendously overexerting herself. Worse than before, Young said. I see. When I called about reading, she sounded very tired and said she was too busy to finish our book, Deku said. Damn it. Those reading sessions with you were keeping her from doing this. Now she's just being self-destructive with no breaks, Young said. Can I help in any way? Deku asked. If you could at least try. When she went in Vale with you, despite the outcome, was the only time I can remember in weeks where she willingly took a break, Young said. I'll do what I can. Now we should probably get to class, shouldn't we? Deku said. I guess she decided to not show up and think about her health. That's a step forward, isn't it? Young asked. Young and Deku then entered the classroom. Blake, however, was in the corridor, not that far away. You coming, David? Deku asked. Yes, sorry for the wait, David said. I needed to grab Johnny again, David said. Oh, right, you asked the professor for tips about how to channel aura into it, right? Jack asked. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't really having any problems with it, but I still wanted a second opinion considering, David said. Wait, a voice said. How? The three said. A girl with greenish yellow hair approached them. Is that a whip? The girl asked. Yes, David said. You, Jack said. Do you want to duel me? The girl asked. How? What? David said. Hey. So the rumors were true, Jack said. Rumors? What are you talking about? Do you know her? Deku asked. Do you know? Another voice said. Another girl, with purple hair, walked up to them. What did I tell you about challenging strangers to a duel? The purple-haired girl asked. Not to do it, Dew said. Introduce yourself then. Come, the girl said. Fine. My name is Dew Gale, Dew said. Oh, David. Dik Begistavi said. Nice to meet you, David. Do you wanna duel me? Dew asked. Why would I want to? David asked. I've never fought anyone who fights with a whip, Dew said. That's still you, David said. So I'm not good enough for you? Dew asked. That's not what I said, David shouted. Dew, just let it go. It's clear the poor guy isn't up to it, the girl said. Or Dew said. Sorry about that. My partner is an amateur, so duels are a bit beyond him right now, Jack said. Oh man. And Dew still has to leave the arena mindset behind. A match made in heaven, how the girl said. Hey. So it is you, Jack said. Indeed, it is us. And speaking of which, we got a teammate who's probably going to start acting up a storm if we don't get to the mess hall. We should go, the girl said. Heh, I get it. See you around, then, Jack said. Absolutely. Say bye, Dew, the girl said. Bye, Dew said. The two then left. I don't think she's given up about the duel yet, partner, Jack said. I figured. Jack, who were those girls? Friends of yours, David asked. Not really. I just know them by name. Remember Pyra? Jack asked. What about Pyra? David asked. They are professional fighters, aren't they? Deku asked. Yes. Just like Pyra got famous from her professional fighter career for being unbeaten in one-on-one circuits. Those two were members of a similarly unbeaten group from the team circuits. Dew, Gale and the leader, Jack said. Oh my gods, what the hell? There I went talking about Dew and then I go and forget to introduce myself. I'm Nebula Violet, leader of Team NDGO, Nebula said. Oh, hello. Nice to meet you, David said. Likewise. Gotta go now. Ciao, Nebula said. Nebula then dashed off. And, as you can tell, part of their popularity also comes from the eccentricities of each member. I had heard they had left the circuits and joined Shade Academy, but I just thought it a rumor, Jack said. I see. I think me, Deku and Evelyn actually met the other two members of the team, yesterday. And if they are here as transfer students, David said. They are definitely going to take part in the Vital tournament, yes, Jack said. Let's hope we don't end up fighting them, Deku said. The three then left the corridor. Oh no, Nebula said. She then ran back to where she met Jack, Deku and David. No, they're gone. I haven't even tried to ask that boys and girls' names. I bet they going to think I'm just another stuck-up celebrity who's too good to mingle with plebs despite being a student myself, now. Oh, no, what if they start spreading the rumor around? How would that look? And then through the grapevine, and to the tabloids and back home, where they are going to harass mom and dad about how they could raise such a daughter, Nebula said. Dew then walked up and began to drag Nebula away. And coach. Oh my gods, he's gonna kill someone. Last time they tried harassing him for questions, he punted someone so far into the mountainside that, Nebula said. Saturday. Day 41. Deku had called Weiss so that they can go into Vale to find out where the culprit got the seeds. Ready to hit the town? Weiss asked. You know it. Meet you at the Bullhead Landing, Deku said. Weiss and Deku made their way to the Bullhead Landing and then into Vale. Now. Where should we start looking? Deku asked. Well, I have a location-based app on my scroll for looking up establishments and shops. Should we try that? Weiss asked. Sure. If we can't find the seeds, we can ask someone on Main Street, Deku said. Well, will you look at that? There's actually a stall in the market that specializes in dry snacks, Weiss said. Sounds like a good place to start, Deku said. I agree. Let's go, Weiss said. Weiss and Deku made their way to the market. The stall is near the middle. The owner is an elderly Faunus woman. So, Maybe it'd be better if I hang back for this one, Weiss said. Is the whole situation making you self-conscious, Deku asked. This case is an extreme, true, but I have to face the fact that my presence, Weiss said. The two then see a pudgy guy dressed in the beacon uniform. They see that he is a faunus due to his huge buck teeth. He's also got particularly puffy cheeks, wears glasses, and he's holding up a bag containing a number of those seeds. For some reason, he eats directly out of the bag. I know it's bad to judge people, but Deku said. Just asking a couple questions. Won't be bad, right? Weiss asked. Okay. We are just investigating, Deku said. Deku then walks up to the store. Excuse me. You are a beacon student too, right? Deku asked. The guy stops eating and slowly raises his eyes to look at Deku. His eyes then widen when he sees Weiss. The fuzz, the guy said. The what? Deku asked. The fuzz, the guy said. He then speeds off in the opposite direction. Alright, that's definitely the culprit, Weiss said. After him, Deku said. Weiss and Deku then gave chase. Stop right there. You're the guy who's been hanging up those flyers, aren't you? Deku asked. Why are you using plural, you nincompoop? It was just the one before you started taking them down, the culprit said. But why are you doing it? Weiss asked. A preemptive strike against the evils of the Shin'i Empire. Take this, the culprit said. Are you throwing half-eaten seeds at us? Weiss asked. The pristine whiteness of evil cannot handle the filth of freedom, the culprit yelled. What are you even talking about? Deku asked. The two continued to chase the culprit all around Vale. Dust, he's fast for such a pudgy little guy, Weiss said. How can he be pudgy with all the training we get put through? Deku asked. Your pathetic attempts at comprehending my greatness fails against my semblance. It allows me to exponentially increase the amount of calories that get absorbed by my body, the culprit said. So you have a semblance that could potentially be used to go without food for days, making you an incredible asset on long-term missions in the wild. And you use IT to stay fat, Weiss yelled. They continued to chase the culprit. Night had now fallen over Vale. As the pastor shop called from dusk till dawn. The shopkeeper tripped over the culprit. Thanks. Sir David works here, right? Deku said. The shopkeeper just nodded. Traitor, the culprit yelled. Now. Can we just talk for a minute? Deku asked. Why are you spreading those lies about me? I'm not a plant by my father, Weiss said. Like I'd ever believe you, the culprit said. But why? Weiss asked. Because you're his flesh and blood. You were born a Shin'i, born that person's daughter, and brought up in his household. It's 100% certain that you're evil, the culprit said. Well, that's totally unfair. Just because she's his daughter does not mean she's like him. So, if your parents are a certain way and you get brought up in their home, it's a guarantee that you'll end up like them. That's rubbish, Deku said. Not in her case, the culprit said. And why is that? Deku asked. Because she's a Shin'i. Duh, the culprit said. That's. Are you? Arg, Weiss said. Now come on. Do your worst. It'll just prove what's already clear to the entire world. And bring more people to the cause, the culprit said. Weiss' hands shake, balled into fists. She bites her lower lip and looks at the ground frustrated. We won't be doing anything, Deku said. What? Weiss said. What is this? Some trick, the culprit asked. No trick, Deku said. Izuku. What are you doing? Weiss asked. If we hurt you, it'll just prove our point. But we can get someone else to do it, Deku said. Of course you'll get some goon to do your dirty work, the culprit said. I don't think Professor Goodwitch would appreciate being called a goon, Deku said. This made the culprit froze. You're right. We should use the proper channels to deal with this, Weiss said. That won't be necessary, the culprit said. But as an evil Schnee, I should use the legal means to deal with you, Weiss said. Alright, fine, you win. I won't do it anymore, the culprit said. So? No more flyers, Deku asked. No, the culprit said. Or any other physical medium to spread misinformation, Weiss asked. No, the culprit said. Then we're done, Weiss said. Damn you, Schnee. I'll get you, one day, the culprit said. The culprit then ran off. I did not think you had it in you to threaten him, Weiss said. If it's to protect my friends, then I'll do anything, Deku said. Thanks, Weiss said, blushing. The two then began to walk. I'm famished, Weiss said. Want to grab something to eat before going back to Beacon, Deku asked. Absolutely. But first I need to take a break from all that walking, Weiss said. Oh yeah, a sit-down sounds wonderful, right now, Deku said. Weiss and Deku then sat down on a bench. Thank you, Izuku, Weiss said. It was my pleasure. And we had fun, didn't we, Deku asked. Despite how everything started. I'd say yes. He's probably going to keep posting stuff on the network, isn't he, Weiss asked. Yup. But he'll just become one of many people who spread misinformation about you. But I don't think people will listen to his crazy thoughts, Deku said. Does it sound crazy? I mean, Weiss said. It does to me, Deku said. But you know me better than most people, Weiss said. Yeah. But I still don't know that much about you. All I know is that you like dust and that you're rich, Deku said. I guess you're right. Say, as thanks for your help, I'll treat you with a day in Vale, Weiss said. Okay. I'll let you know when I'm free, Deku said. Great. Let's just hope more rumors don't spring up, Weiss said. I doubt you'll ever be able to escape that. Until you show the world who you really are, Deku said. Might be hard with my father infamy, Weiss said. Then you better do your best, Deku said. Deku returned to his team's apartment. They were all going to meet there and then head into Vale for the party. Deku was the only one in their room right now. On his bed he noticed a set of clothes and a letter. Here's your new outfit. Can't wait to see how you look in it, Aiju. And I can't wait for you to see mine. Meet you at the party. Hunky, the letter said. The letter also had a cute drawing of Evelyn on it. Deku smiled. He then unfolded the outfit and had a full look. Then there was a knock at the door. Deku opened the door to see Ruby. Hey Ruby. What are you doing here, Deku asked. Hi Izuku. I have a confession to make, Ruby said. What is the confession, Deku asked. I kind of maybe have finished building your weapons. I hope you're not mad, Ruby said. I'm not mad. I was looking forward to finishing it myself, but it's probably better I had an expert finish it. Thanks, Ruby, Deku said. You're welcome. Now I need to dash, Ruby said. See you at the party, Deku said. Ruby the sped off in a ball of petals. Penny and Jack then walked up. Hello Izuku, Penny said. Hey girls, Deku said. Has Ruby been here, Jack asked. Yeah. She's just given me my new hunter weapons. Now my set is complete, Deku said. So, Evelyn's finished it. That bunny can work when she puts her mind to it, Jack said. Yep. And she has also already gone to the party, Deku said. Why, Jack asked. She probably wants to show it off at the party to all of us at the same time, Penny said. Speaking of the party, we should get changed, Jack said. Alright. I'll head into the bathroom, Deku said. As Deku entered the bathroom, and Jack and Penny entered the kitchen, Penny noticed the letter Evelyn had written. So, you've made your choice, Evelyn, Penny asked. Penny then put the letter in the bin and entered the kitchen. A few minutes later Penny and Jack had changed, and David had arrived. "Okay. I'm coming out," Deku said. Deku then exited the bathroom. His outfit hadn't changed much from his previous one. However, the black lines and white shoulder pads were now bright red. "Not much changed from the original," David said. "If it ain't broke, don't fix it," Deku said. "I like it. The red fits well with the green," Jack said. "You look wonderful, Izuku," Penny said. "Thanks," Deku said. "Now let's get going. We shouldn't keep Evelyn waiting. Especially tonight," Penny said. The four then left Beacon and headed to the club. "What did you say the name of the designer was?" David asked. "Honey Void. One of Velvet's teammates introduced her to me, and man, isn't she something. Speaking of which, where Evelyn? Wasn't she with you?" Young asked. "Actually, she's already inside. She left before we did, so we didn't catch a glimpse of her new clothes," Deku said. How in tarnation did I miss her? I've been here since this afternoon." "Oh, maybe they've seen her." "Hey, girls," Young said. Deku follows Yang's gaze to see two peculiarly dressed girls, who seem to be trying their hardest to ignore Young. "Come on, don't be like that." "Who's the boss tonight?" Young asked. The two girls looked at each other and signed before reluctantly walking closer. "Hey, Melanie. Milshia. How's it going?" Young asked. "Well enough until we had to interact with you," Chrome Cow Melanie said. "If you need a milking, I'm afraid we're fresh out of empty jugs," Milshia said. "Poster girls for sore losers, are you?" Young said. "You just got lucky, Goldilocks," Melanie said. "Enjoy the memory, because it was a one-time occurrence," Milshia said. Yeah. "Have you seen a rabbit faunus with purple hair today?" Young asked. "Not that I can think of," Melanie said. "Maybe she had a costume with a wig," Milshia said. "That would explain it. There's no way anyone could have recognized her that way," Young said. "She was the one with the trench coat," Blake said. "A trench coat?" the twins asked. "How do you know that?" Young asked. "Ninja secret," Blake said, heading back into the club. "Ninja S. You can't leave me hanging like that," Blake, Young said, as she then followed after her. "So, wanna head in? The crowd's moving," Deku said. "Gladly," Penny said. "Let's." "Carrots avoided us enough," Jack said. "Yes. I wanna see her outfit," David said. "Good. Thanks all the same, Melanie and Milshia," Deku said. "Well, at least someone remembered to thank us," Melanie said. "I swear on this hairpin, I will tear her hair out," Milshia said. The twins then entered the club. "Yikes. What the hell did Young do to be hated so much?" David asked. "Somehow. I really don't wanna know," Jack said. "This place did just undergo renovations, so I think I have a solid guess," Deku said. "We can worry about property damage later. Let's not keep Evelyn waiting," Penny said. The four then entered the club. They stood just off the dance floor, where a sea of people were dancing. "So many people," Penny said. "Damn, it's like another climate in here," Jack said. "It's like a sauna in here," Deku said. "I know, right?" David said. "You should really forego the jacket, Jackie, or you won't survive," Evelyn said. "Found you at last," Deku said. "Pfft, it's not like you caught me, bucko." "I just stopped running," Evelyn said. Deku turns around to see Evelyn in a blue and white dress with a black ribbon on her head. "Evelyn," Deku said. I got you, I got you." "That's the reaction I wanted," Evelyn laughed. "Gods above, carrots. You went all out with this costume, didn't you?" Jack said. "And I even managed to not mess the colors up this time," Evelyn said. You look so, Evelyn," Penny said. "Yeah. So pretty, David said. You look stunning, Deku said. More. Praise me more, Evelyn laughed. I feel undressed. This is a new sensation, Penny said. No. Stop right there, partner, Evelyn said. What? Jack said. Excuse me, Penny asked. Evelyn turned in Penny's direction and is now poking her in the chest with one finger and with a big pout on her face. This is a party. You're supposed to have fun, not mope because you don't have a pretty custom-made dress offered by an awesome tailor, Evelyn said. But Penny said. No buts. Initiate cheerup.exe, Evelyn said. I haven't downloaded that patch yet. I mean, what? Penny said. Carrots, I admire your spirit, but I doubt your partner can simply cheer up on command like a computer, Jack said. True. We need drastic measures, then. David, dance with Penny, Evelyn said. What? Penny said. Run that by me again, David asked. You. My partner. The dance floor, Evelyn said. But I can't, David said. What? Are you saying you're too good to dance with my partner, Dik Beggis, Evelyn asked. No, I'm saying I can't dance, period, David said. I don't know how to dance either. I lack the required knowledge, Penny said. So does everyone else here. No excuses, Evelyn said. Evelyn then threw Penny onto David. Evelyn, David shouted. The two landed on the dance floor. Oh, watch it, a partygoer said. I'm sorry, David said. Hey, another partygoer said. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, Penny said. David and Penny moved close to each other. That little. Are you okay, Penny? David asked. Yes, I'm all right. Thanks for your concern, Penny said. Putting us in the spot like that. That was a purposely misrepresented sentence, Penny, David said. Oh, I see, Penny said. Penny was then bumped. Hey, watch it, pal. And he completely ignored me, David said. I guess we only have limited space to move, Penny said. Yeah. We should get out, David said. Hey. But why? Penny asked. Because we can't dance, David said. I know that, but maybe we could try, Penny asked. Well. You sure you're okay with me? David asked. Absolutely, Penny said. Penny and David then began to dance together. See. My methods may be out there, but I bring results, Evelyn said. They do seem to be having fun. Although, Carrots, I'm surprised. After that thing in the library. I didn't think you'd give David to Penny, Jack said. Oh, it's no big deal. She's been looking forward to this ever since Young invited us. She's my partner and such a sweet girl. She can have him. I'll take seconds all for myself tonight, Evelyn said. What are you talking about? Deku asked. Oh, nothing, Evelyn said. You mean here? But where would you even? Jack asked. I didn't come here early just for the surprise effect, you know, Evelyn said. Seriously? What are you two talking about? And what this talk about seconds? Deku asked. Don't worry about it. Now come dance with me, we have a full night ahead of us for activities, Evelyn said. Evelyn then grabbed Deku's hands and started to pull him to the dance floor. Enjoy your night, you two, Jack said. Thanks, Jackie, Evelyn said. Evelyn and Deku were now in the sea of dancing partygoers. Evelyn, wait. I don't really know how to dance, Deku said. Shut up. Have you seen your moves in combat class? You can definitely dance, Evelyn said. But I'm not very good at dancing. I was kicked off the dance team for when we put on a festival back home. I was only able to dance for half of it, Deku said. Evelyn then put her arms around Deku's neck. That doesn't matter. We're here to have a great time. So just dance, Evelyn said. Evelyn then began to dance. Come on, dance, Aiju. All it is just moving your body to music, Evelyn said. Deku then began to dance. That's it, Evelyn said. Deku smiled as he got into his moves. The two danced until they were covered in sweat. While Deku was completely fine, Evelyn's legs aced. Hey Aiju, Evelyn said. Yeah, Evelyn. What is it, Deku asked. I need a break. As much as I like dancing with you, I don't have your endurance, Evelyn said. Oh sorry, Deku said. It's alright. I am the one who encouraged you to dance. Let's get off the dance floor and have a drink, Evelyn said. Sure thing, Deku said. Now be a good boyfriend and help this poor girl off the dance floor, Evelyn said. Yeah. Yeah. You're gonna have to try harder to get me flustered, Deku said. Oh. So you think you're immune? I'll show you, Evelyn said. Deku then helped Evelyn off the dance floor. Okay. I'm gonna get us some drinks. You find us a table, Evelyn said. But don't you need to sit down, Deku asked. I can last a little bit longer. I'll keep up with your pace for a good time, Evelyn said. Okay, Deku said, not exactly knowing what that meant. Deku then found a table for two. Soon Evelyn arrived with 2 big glasses of alcohol. Are those, Deku asked. Yep. They're alcohol, have a drink, Evelyn said. But Evelyn, I don't, Deku said. Neither do I. But this is a party. You gotta let loose a little. And if you don't like it, then don't drink it, Evelyn said. I guess you have a point, Deku said. Deku and Evelyn then had a sip of alcohol. What do you think, Evelyn asked. It's not as bad as I thought it would be, Deku said. See? You were worrying about nothing, Evelyn said. That's right now though, Deku said. Scared of getting drunk, Evelyn asked. Yeah. I mean, what would I do when I'm not in control, Deku asked. You'll be having a good time. Until the hangover kicks in, Evelyn said. Deku laughed. And took another sip, much bigger than his first one. You know, this kind of reminds me of teenage drama stories, Deku said. How so, Evelyn asked. You know. 2 teenage couples go to a party. They get drunk and then they end up swapping partners and ending up in bed with each other, Deku said. Well, I can assure you that won't happen, Evelyn said. Followed by a hiccup. We'll see, Deku said. Followed by a hiccup. The two then finished their drinks. Ijuku. I have something to tell you, Evelyn said. What? What is it, Deku asked. Evelyn then got up from her seat and sat in Deku's lap, putting her arms around his neck. Evelyn. What are you doing, Deku asked. I haven't thanked you for saving my form, Harold, Evelyn said. You don't need to thank me. I was just doing my job, Deku said. Still. I want to thank you, Evelyn said. That's fine. But could you please get off me before people get the wrong idea, Deku said. Evelyn laughed. I think it's a bit too late for that. Have a look around, Evelyn said. Deku looked around. He saw a bunch of couples making out with each other, grinding each other, and basically having sex. He even recognized some Beacon students. Deku blushed profusely and looked back at Evelyn. Now about that reward. Ijuku. I love you, Evelyn said. Evelyn then closed her eyes and kissed Deku on the lips. After calming down from the shock, Deku began to kiss back. Their hand then began to wander. Evelyn's hands wandered to Deku's chest and began to unzip his outfit. Meanwhile, Deku's hands wandered lower down Evelyn's body. His hands reached her butt and then went under her skirt, and firmly grabbed her big booty. Evelyn then took her left hand and reached under her skirt and then pulled her white panties off and put them in between Deku's body and belt. Evelyn then parted her lips from Deku, a strand of saliva connected between them formed as they parted. "Let's go somewhere more private. I hope your endurance extends to bedroom arts," Evelyn said, as they pulled out 6 condoms from her boobs. Deku didn't respond. Evelyn then stood up, pulling Deku up with her. She was about to lead him to a private room when... I'm in the lead," Ruby shouted as she ran by. "This isn't a race, Ruby. Get back here," Weiss shouted as she chased after Ruby. Evelyn laughed. "She seems to be having fun. Let's go have ours," Evelyn said. She had put 3 in his belt when she noticed something off about Deku. "I'm not gonna lose," Deku said. "How?" Evelyn said. "I'm not gonna let you win, Ruby," Deku said. Deku then chased after Ruby and Weiss. "Oh gods. He's drunk off his tits," Evelyn said. Evelyn then went to chase, but she fell over. "Oh shit. I'm also very drunk. Need to find Penny. She can help," Evelyn said. Evelyn then got up and stumbled away. Penny and David were now off the dance floor. David's legs were aching after dancing for so long. "I'm so sorry. I should have realized," Penny said. "Hey, it's okay. Time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it?" David said. "Thanks, David," Penny said. "For what?" David asked. "For indulging me. Dancing with me. Ever since I met you, I've done so many new things, met new people. I just wanted to say thank you for being my friend, and being there for me," Penny said. "There's no need to thank me for that." "But you're welcome, Penny," David said. Speaking of friends. Penny, we got a problem," Evelyn said. Followed by a hiccup. "Evelyn. What happened?" David asked. "What do you mean a problem?" Penny asked. "Ruby drank too much," Evelyn said. "What?" David asked. You can't cath me," Weiss Ruby shouted. "Young, this is all your fault," Weiss shouted. "Oh, come on, let her live a little, I say," Young said. Followed by a hiccup. "The party has officially gone off rails," Blake said. "Why would someone let her drink, period?" "She's 15," David said. "She's also a hunter in training at a secondary grade combat academy. Since we start going on life-risking missions on the first-year curriculum, we are adults in the eyes of the law," Evelyn said. Followed by a hiccup. "Seriously?" David asked. "Anyway, Weiss needs some help for a pincer maneuver," Evelyn said. Followed by a hiccup. "Evelyn. Are you also intoxicated?" Penny asked. "Just a tad. Also we have another problem," Evelyn said. Followed by a hiccup. "What is it this time?" David asked. "I may have ever so slightly," Evelyn said. "Penny!" Deku shouted. Deku then tackled Penny to the ground. "Got an Aiju drunk?" Evelyn said. "Hello there Aijuku," Penny said. "Hi Penny. Has anyone told you are very lovable?" "I want to kiss you," Deku said. Deku then passed out on top of Penny. "Seems that problem has solved itself," David said. Penny then stood up and held Aijuku in her arms. "I'll leave him with Jack while I go help Weiss with Ruby." "I'll see you later, David. Be sure to hydrate," Penny said. Penny then left, leaving David and Evelyn alone. "So, had fun?" Evelyn asked. "Oh. Yeah, I did, but man did that tire me." "Why is it that I got cramps despite aura?" David asked. "Because it's not damage from a threat, it's damage from exertion. If it blocked that as well, no one would be able to exercise," Evelyn said. "Makes sense," David said. "Hey, if you want to rest, they're the upper floor," Evelyn said. Followed by a hiccup. "Oh. Well, I can just sit on one of these chairs, David said. Instead of a large, soft couch, Evelyn said. Followed by a hiccup. How am I supposed to say no to that? Let me just grab a drink, David said. No need for that, hunky, Evelyn said. Followed by a hiccup. Evelyn then grabbed David's hand and started to drag him off. She stumbled as she did. What? Hey, Evelyn, David said. Evelyn then dragged David across the club to a VIP room. Wait a minute. Is this the VIP room, David asked. Courtesy of the owner, Evelyn said. Followed by a hiccup. Evelyn, how did you get the keys for this room, David asked. I borrowed them from young, Evelyn said. Followed by a hiccup. Borrowed as in, David said. I asked if I could use it. Honestly, you think so little of me, Evelyn asked. Followed by a hiccup. It's not that I think so little of you, it's that you would find it amusing, David said. Moo. Can't deny that. But I couldn't really do it, Evelyn said. Followed by a hiccup. You couldn't. What stopped you, David asked. Didn't want to risk an interruption, Evelyn said. Followed by a hiccup. Interruption, David asked. David then sat down and took a bottle of water and drank it. You need this room to do something in particular, David asked. You could say that, yes, Evelyn said. Followed by a hiccup. Evelyn then sat very close to David. Evelyn, David asked. Evelyn said. Remember that thing about personal space, David asked. I do, Evelyn said. And David said. Well, do you remember, Evelyn said. Followed by a hiccup. Evelyn then sat in David's lap. That I don't really care much about that rule, Evelyn said. Followed by a hiccup. David's face went red, his heart was beating way too fast and he couldn't stop looking at her eyes. David then let go of the bottle and put his hands on Evelyn. What's wrong? You're shaking, Evelyn said. Followed by a hiccup. It's not that something's wrong, but... Evelyn, what are you, David asked. I knew I would need to spell it out. I do. There's a cute girl in your lap in a secluded room. What do you think has happened here, Evelyn asked. Followed by a hiccup. David wondered why Evelyn said Deku's name, but chalked it up to her intoxication. I'm not. It's just. Is this real life, David asked. No fantasy, Evelyn said. Evelyn, David said. Shush, Evelyn said. Evelyn then started to make out with David. Penny and Weiss had now captured drunk Ruby, and Penny was holding on to Ruby so she couldn't escape. Jack and Weiss were sitting in a booth, and Deku was still passed out, his head resting on Jack's shoulder. Penny caught me. Penny wins, Ruby said. Never, ever let her go. In fact, may I suggest the drunk tank, as the vernacular goes, Weiss said. I don't think that will be necessary, but I will be sure to keep her restrained until the effects of alcohol die down, Penny said. Considering her body size, it may be a while, Jack said. Not a problem, leader. As David may testify, I have plenty of energy. Now let's go, Ruby, Penny said. We. To the dank wank, Ruby said. No, Ruby. Drunk tank, Penny said. Lank shank, Ruby said. Drunk tank, Penny said. Honestly, sometimes it feels like I have a big overgrown baby as a partner. Want to trade, Weiss asked. Sorry, I kind of got attached to David and Izuku. Also, Penny and Evelyn would never forgive me, Jack said. Speaking of Evelyn, I saw her persuade David and Penny to dance. And I saw her dancing with Izuku. But then I caught a glimpse of her pulling him upstairs a little while ago. What's up with that, Weiss asked. Wait. Evelyn took David upstairs, Jack asked. Yes, Weiss said. Oh, Jack said. What's wrong? Weiss asked. Jack sighed. There's going to be a long conversation about this, between the four of them. I hope they'll work things out. Anyway. You have the full idea of what's happening, Jack said. Let's just say peculiar, Weiss said. That's our team in a nutshell, Jack said. I see. But as a leader, aren't you worried that this will end badly? Weiss asked. Honestly. Maybe a bit. But if it was anyone but Penny, Evelyn, David and Izuku involved, I would be worrying more so. But because it's them. I actually think this will go well, Jack said. For everyone except you, I guess, Weiss said. Excuse me, Jack asked. Just saying, if it goes as well as you think it goes. You all share the same sleeping space, Weiss said. Oh, God's bloody damn it, I hadn't thought of that, Jack said. You never do until it happens. Maybe they'll let you join in, Weiss said. What? Jack said. I mean, it would fit in with your team motto. Peculiar, Weiss said. I don't think any of them would be interested, Jack said. That's what I thought about my sister. You should have seen my face the first time my older sister snuck a boy in our room during a party, Weiss said. You know, Weiss. You're different than what I thought you'd be, Jack said. Didn't think a shni could talk about this kind of stuff, Weiss asked. That's not what I meant, Jack said. Jack, it's okay. I understand. I may not be involved in the family business yet, but I read the news growing up. I heard the rumors. I remember the name Ivory, Weiss said. Jack scowled. So? It was no rumor, Weiss asked. No, I was there when it happened, Jack said. You mean? Your father? I don't even know what to say. This is unforgivable, Weiss said. You're crying, Jack asked. I apologize, it's just. The shni company was founded by my grandfather, Nicholas. My mother's father. My father made it big, and more profitable than it's ever been. But he also dragged it through the mud. And the blood of the people he crushed underfoot. I'm more and more aware of it with each day I spend away from Atlas. And there's no white fang to shade it in grey, this time. The shni company. My grandfather legacy. Is stained with the blood of innocents, Weiss said. I'm sorry, Weiss, Jack said. You are sorry, Weiss asked. I know. Sounds crazy. But thing is, no matter what happened to them, I love my family and I'm proud of them. Can you say that, Jack asked. My mother is in a continuous drunken stupor to escape the loveless marriage she's in and how her family is falling apart. My little brother hates me, and my father. Well. At least I have Winter, even if I rarely see her, Weiss said. At least her. And hey, if you ever want to talk about this, give me a call, Jack said. How did I end up being the one comforted, here, Weiss asked. I told you. Peculiar is our team's motto, Jack said. Now, what do you think of Izuku, Weiss asked. Why do you ask, Jack questioned. Weiss then pointed down. Jack looked down to see Deku in her lap, and their hand running through his hair. This caused Jack to blush. Izuku is someone who anyone can confide in and make them feel better, Jack said. If you say so, Weiss said. Deku then woke and sat up. What happened, Deku asked. You and Evelyn got drunk together and then you passed out on Penny. I've been looking after you since, Jack said. Thank you. My head hurts, Deku said. That's a hangover for you. I'll get you some water, Weiss said. So Izuku. What do you remember before passing out, Jack asked. All I remember is talking and drinking with Evelyn. She then wanted to tell me something, but I can't remember anything past that, Deku said. I see, Jack said. Hey. Where's Evelyn, Deku asked. I don't know. Tired calling her, but her scrolls off, Jack said. I see. I'll have to find her to ask what she said, Deku said. I think that won't be possible until tomorrow, Jack said. Probably for the best. I should sleep off my hangover, Deku said. Ah. He's so innocent, Jack thought. Soon Weiss returned with a glass of water for Deku. The three then stayed where they were as Deku's hangover subsided. After his hangover was gone, Penny returned with a hungover Ruby. Weiss then took Ruby off her hands. It was nearly time for them to leave to catch the 3 AM bullhead to Vale, that Young had set up. All right. I think we should leave and head to the bullhead, Jack said. But what about Evelyn and David, Deku asked. I'm sure those two will find their way back to Beacon safely. So, there's no need to worry, Penny said. If you say so, Penny, Deku said. Actually, can we wait a bit longer, Penny asked. Only for 10 minutes, Jack said. That's plenty of time. Izuku, can you dance with me, Penny asked. Oh, sure. But why, Deku asked. Because I haven't danced with you. And I want to make sure your night ends on a high note, Penny said. I see. Penny, I'll be happy to dance with you, Deku said. Penny and Deku then went onto the dance floor. Even though their time was short, Deku enjoyed dancing with Penny. After 10 minutes, Jack, Penny and Deku left the club for the bullhead back to Beacon. After arriving back in their dorm room, Jack and Deku fell asleep in their beds, still wearing their clothes. Over in the ruins in the Emerald Forest. Having to keep a low profile really sucks. Hopefully we can get the safe house once they arrive. Although, with Bella around, I don't know exactly how safe the place will be. Honestly, the boss wanting her close too far suited me just fine. I wonder about the sudden change of heart. It's not like those guys are strong enough to cause us problems. Just Weather would be enough. Well, at least that means that the boss got strong enough to not need her protection anymore, that's Howard said. The fire lighting up the ruins then went out. Son of a bitch. This is the third time, tonight. Stupid drafts, stupid winds, stupid ruins. Where's the lighter, Howard said. Oh, don't worry none, Howard. I've got you covered, a voice said. A girl with brown hair and in a white cloak then ignited her lighter. Behind her were a male and female figure, but they were covered in darkness. Gods damn it, Bella. What's the big idea? You almost gave me a heart attack, Howard said. Only almost. Or Bella said. Right. Also, hi, boss. Thriller, Howard said. Howard. You're looking scruffy, Weather said. Considering I've been hiding in this forest for the last week, it's to be expected. No matter how hands-off Ozpin may be, there's no way he didn't request an investigation, Howard said. He hasn't, Thriller said. Excuse me, Howard asked. We came on an airship into Vale, remember? Ached a policeman and there's no ongoing investigation regarding an attack on Beacon students, Weather said. Is he trying some kind of psychological warfare on us or something? What the hell is the deal with that guy, Howard asked. He needs information. He believes he will get more out of us acting again than from hunting us. So, he waits, Thriller said. But that puts people at risk, Howard said. Remnant to Howard. That's a good thing for us, Weather said. I know it is. But it's so damn, Howard said. Moo, enough, Bella said. The flame coming from Bella's lighter the rapidly expanded before going back to normal. Whoa, Howard said. Thriller said. Bella, Weather said. Who cares about some stupid old man, Bella said. We care. Considering he's one of the strongest hunters in existence, Howard said. Who does nothing but sit on his wrinkly ass in his tower all day playing a game of imaginary chess against pieces he can't see and doesn't try to see. I didn't come here for him. I came here for my big brother, Bella said. The fuck is she talking about? Howard asked. Sunday. Day 42. Evelyn woke up to see that she was still in the club VIP room. She then noticed that she was next to David. Oh. No 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 no. What have I done? I'm sorry Penny. I'm sorry Iju. I've ruined 2 relationships thanks to my drunk self and horniness. And I enjoyed it. I guess you are just going to have to stick with your decisions Evelyn, and hope they aren't that made that they'll never talk to you again Evelyn said to herself. Soon David woke up. The two got dressed and then headed to the Bullhead Landing to catch the first bullhead of the day at 6 a.m. Easy now. How are your legs? David whispered. Still a bit sore but fine. Just help me to the bathroom Evelyn said. Sure. Let's try not to wake the others David said. David. There's something I need to tell you Evelyn said. What is it? David asked. I made a huge mistake. I was going to Evelyn said. Welcome back Penny said. Evelyn and David jumped in surprise. Penny. You're up already Evelyn asked. I'm an early riser. Also, I thought you'd like someone to welcome you back Penny said. That's very considerate of you, Penny David said. My pleasure. Anyway, you've been out a long time. The bulkhead Young had prepared for the Beacon students departed at 3 a.m. but you missed it. Did something happen? Penny asked. Nothing serious. We just lost track of time David said. Yeah. We were distracted because we had been playing cards Evelyn said. Playing cards? David asked. Playing cards? Penny asked. Yes, playing cards, David. That's why we were late, right? Evelyn said. Oh. Right. Absolutely David said. Oh. Yeah, I guess if you were focused on a game, you could miss track of time Penny said. Right David said. Right Evelyn said. Was the game before or after intercourse? Penny asked. WAH Evelyn screamed. Evelyn then ran to the bathroom. Evelyn wait Penny shouted. Meanwhile, Deku had just gotten out of the shower. As he dried off his hair, he noticed something white on his outfit. Deku picked up the white object and held it in front of him. Deku then blushed as he realized the object was panties. Where did I get these from? Wait a minute, are they? Deku asked. WAH Evelyn screamed. Evelyn wait Penny said. The bathroom door then flung open and standing in the doorway was Evelyn, behind her were David and Penny. Evelyn saw everything Deku had. Ijuku is in the bathroom Penny said. I'm sorry Evelyn shouted, she then slammed the door and ran into the kitchen. Evelyn. What's wrong? Penny said. Penny. You knew? David asked. Well, her interest and desire of closeness with you increased after what happened with Howard. When you disappeared together at the club, I guessed there was a decent chance of intercourse Penny said. I want to die. I wanna die Evelyn cried out. But I can't understand why Evelyn hid herself in the bathroom. Why did my question upset her so? Penny asked. It's just. We wanted to try and keep it a secret. At least for a little while David said. But why? Penny asked. WAH. Penny, I'm so sorry Evelyn cried out. Evelyn then came out of the kitchen. I'm sorry. I didn't want to, but then he was so funny and nice with me even though I'm a pest. And then he didn't run and he was so cool and the clothes looked so good on him. And then when I wanted Evelyn cried. Evelyn, please calm down. You're starting to scare me Penny said. Sorry, Penny. It's just. Evelyn didn't want to upset you David said. Upset me how? Penny asked. Because me and David. We had. Even after I chose Evelyn said. Deku then came out of the bathroom. Izuku. I'm so sorry for what I've done, Evelyn cried. What are you talking about? Deku asked. You don't. I confessed my feelings towards you and then I go off and pop David's cherry when I should have popped yours. I'm such a whore, Evelyn cried. Deku then hugged Evelyn. Calm down, Evelyn, Deku said. Calm down. How can I calm down when I confessed my love for you, made out with you and then went and fucked David? How can you say that? Evelyn cried, planting her face in Deku's chest. Wait, is that why you called me Izui? David said. Evelyn cried even more. Well, to be honest, Evelyn, I don't remember that, Deku said. That doesn't make things any better. I went for you. But then my drunk, stupid, hoary brain went and stole David from Penny. Tonight was the night I get with you and Penny and David get together, and so there's no disruption to the team dynamic, Evelyn cried. Deku then held Evelyn's chin and brought her into a kiss. No. Why'd you do that? Evelyn said, breaking the kiss. Because it's the only way I could think of shutting you up, Deku said. You're not mad? Evelyn asked. Right now. I'm a complex of emotions. I don't know what to feel, Deku said. Evelyn. You and David are so silly. You'd thought I'd be upset that you went first with David, Penny said. Went first, David? Evelyn and Deku asked. Even if I wanted to, I'm still not prepared for that kind of activity. It would be truly selfish of me to keep the two of you from enjoying yourselves in the meanwhile, no, Penny said. But that's not the problem. I was supposed to do it with Deku. That was my plan, Evelyn said. Oh. I know. I saw the letter you wrote to Izuku and suspected that you made your decision. But no one ever said we had to be exclusive between us, Penny said. Between us, David? Evelyn and Deku asked. Does that mean? David asked. Penny then kissed Deku on the lips. I did it. See? I love you too, Izuku. And you too, David, Penny said, as she kissed David. It won't be that long, I swear. And then we can all enjoy ourselves together fully. Now, Evelyn, are you able to keep them busy in the meanwhile? Penny asked. Fully. Keep them busy? Evelyn asked. Oh my gods, carrots. Indoor voices, Jack shouted. Sorry, Jack, Evelyn said. Not only that, you two need to get plenty of rest. Come on, Evelyn. You should get a shower first, Penny said. Hey. What are you? Evelyn asked. Hold on. I think these are yours, Evelyn, Deku said, showing her white panties. So that's why you weren't wearing any. I thought you just went commando, David said. Thanks, Evelyn said. Penny then took Evelyn into the bathroom. Hey, no. Penny. I can walk on my own, Evelyn said. Actually, you were leaning on David for support earlier, so Penny said. Stupidly observant ginger, Evelyn said. Did that David said. Really just happened, Deku asked. Lick your lips, you two. There's your answer, Jack said. Is it a bad time to mention that? I didn't exactly disconnect in tone when Amber said. Deku and David faces flushed red. In the bathroom. Hey, Penny, Evelyn said from the shower. Yes, Penny said. Did you really mean what you said in there? You're not trying to make me feel better about my mistake, Evelyn asked. 100%, Penny said. You know that normal people don't usually do this kind of thing, right? Evelyn asked. I know. But we're not normal people, are we? Penny asked. How did you get the idea? Evelyn asked. Thanks to David. He doesn't have a normal person's life or past. But he never expected it to, so he doesn't suffer for it and just makes the best of what he has, Penny said. So, Since you don't have any expectations about how these kinds of things work either. You want to, Evelyn said. Yes. I'd like to at least try because, you, Izuku and David. You're all important to me. And I don't want any one of us to be sad, Penny said. You're a pest, Evelyn said. Did I say something wrong, Penny asked. No. That's the problem. Penny, I mean, you're really cute, but I don't know if I like you that way. I don't know if I like girls that way, Evelyn said. Ame here. And I'm sure David and Izuku feel the same about each other, Penny said. So, can we take it very slowly, Evelyn asked. Of course, Penny said. Then I guess we can try, Evelyn said. A while later, Evelyn and David had both had a shower and were now in their own beds. Penny. Are you sure this will work out, Deku asked. I am 100% certain that we can make this work, Penny said. But how? This isn't something we can ask for advice on, Deku said. Then I guess we need to take it really slowly to find out, Penny said. Penny then kissed Deku. But not too slowly, Penny said. I do, Evelyn said. Yes, Evelyn, Deku asked. Can you come cuddle? I still feel guilty for what I've done, Evelyn said. If it'll make you feel better, Deku said. Deku then climbed into Evelyn's bed. Deku was still wearing his new outfit, whilst Evelyn was only in her underwear, which made Deku a bit flustered. Good night, boyfriend. Good night, girlfriend, Penny said. Good night, Penny, Deku said. Good night, Penny. You little pest, Evelyn said. Deku and Evelyn then fell asleep, and Penny went to cuddle with David. Despite their rough start, Penny felt in her heart that they would make this work and be happier together than anyone on Remnant.